the honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna, who will be leading us in the singing of the national anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand on bat ses porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
I believe the honourable, let the doors be open first, and then I believe the honourable opposition House Leader is standing on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. There has been consultations among the various party House leaders that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of this House, Bill C-223, an act to amend the Divorce Act, shall be deemed to have been read a second time on division and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable...
Will all those opposed to what the honourable member is moving please say nay?
Motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, for the past 10 years, Aurora House has provided safe transitional housing and critical supports quietly, intentionally, and necessarily from a confidential location in Beaches, East York for women and families who have experienced human trafficking, exploitation, and gender-based intimate partner violence. Operated by the Mennonite New Life Center, Aurora House residents regain their footing with the support of a deeply dedicated team that provides trauma-informed care and the tools needed to heal and rebuild lives. However, the important work they do is at risk. As Aaron Horrocks-Pope, project manager for Aurora House, put it, as charitable giving declines and competition among many deserving organizations increases, the work they do has become, though no less critical, increasingly difficult to sustain. Late last year, Aurora House launched a new campaign, Safety, Dignity, Stability, to raise $100,000 for urgent capital upgrades and maintain operations that support families 365 days a year. I'm confident our East End community will step up to support Aurora House's life-saving work, ensuring women and children fleeing violence have a safe and dignified place to rebuild their lives.
Wow.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Clark.
Ronald Reagan once said, "Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction." We don't pass it through our bloodstream. It has to be fought for. And that's exactly what the brave protesters in Iran are doing right now.
Hear, hear.
It's hard through the obscurity of internet and telecommunications blackouts to see exactly what's going on in Iran. But media and human rights organizations put the death toll at over 30,000. We simply cannot afford to turn a blind eye to the atrocities that are occurring right now in Iran. A government that slaughters its own people is weak, pathetic, and must be stood up against you.
Absolutely.
That's why we all must stand unequivocally behind the people of Iran for their freedom.
Hear,
freedom!
hear.
Freedom!
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to draw attention to a serious issue in Fleetwood, Port Cal. With the number of extortion cases on the rise, I met with constituents and shared their concern about extortion and intimidation in Surrey. No one should live in fear for their safety or their livelihood. These acts undermine trust, threaten community well-being, place strain on those who are trying to build a better life. I want my constituents to know that their voices have been heard. Addressing extortions requires strong cooperation between government and community leaders. I will continue working to support community safety and to ensure that those responsible are held accountable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
The voice of freedom is rising as the brave warriors roar like lions and shine like the sun, determined to reclaim their country and topple the murderous regime in Iran. Sometimes that voice is loud when 150,000 people filled the streets of Toronto demanding justice, accountability, and human rights from the birthplace of modern civilization. And sometimes it's quieter, whispered in the candlelight vigils, carried in silent prayer for those fearing for their loved ones at home. We face a choice: answer the call for action or let it fall on deaf ears, and this government has chosen inaction. To those fighting for freedom and democracy, keep going everywhere around the world. The day will come when the regime falls and the Iranian people are free to live in their homeland. Until then, we will not be silent. We will not look away. We will never stop fighting for a free Iran and a Canada strong and free of the IRGC agents that they let into our communities.
L'honorable député de Brome.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight an important celebration taking place this year in my riding, the 150th anniversary of the town of Cowansville, which is being celebrated under the leadership of the town's mayor, Sylvie Beauregard. Cowansville was founded in 1876. It is a dynamic community known for innovation, solidarity, and civic participation. Throughout this year, residents are gathering to celebrate their history and the contributions of the generations that helped shape their town. This anniversary is also an opportunity to remember a momentous event in our national history. In the 1960s, the Cowansville company Brock Mills produced the first prototypes of the Canadian flag, which was officially adopted in 1965. This example illustrates just how important local contributions are to Canada's history. I wish the community of Cowansville and all of its residents a great celebration of their 150th anniversary.
20 years ago, Canada elected a new Conservative government led by Prime Minister Stephen Harper. The Harper legacy is one of true progress. Our government cut virtually every tax Canadians pay. We negotiated a record number of trade deals, deals more critical now than ever. We navigated a global economic meltdown guided by the world-leading Harper-Flaherty Economic Action Plan. We introduced the Muskoka Initiative, widely recognized as one of the most impactful G7, G8 initiatives of all time. We launched life-changing programs like the Registered Disability Savings Plan and the Ready, Willing, and Able Employment Program. By 2015, Canada had a balanced budget and, according to the New York Times, the richest middle class in the world. Today, that era may seem like a distant memory, but the story of our strong, principled Conservative legacy offers Canadians hope for a better future, a future guided by another strong, principled Conservative leader. We've done this before, and we can do it again.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, ALS is a progressive neurological disease with no cure. Nearly 4,000 Canadians are currently living with ALS, and each year about 1,000 more will be diagnosed, while another 1,000 will lose their lives to this devastating illness. An ALS diagnosis is life-changing for patients and their loved ones. I recently met with my constituent, Christopher May, who was recently diagnosed. Despite the challenges ahead, Chris remains hopeful. Hopeful because Canada is home to world-class researchers and clinicians dedicated to improving treatment, care, and outcomes for people living with ALS. We have the expertise and the capacity to lead by strengthening national research efforts and supporting collaboration across institutions and sectors. We can accelerate discovery and expand access to clinical trials. Investing in ALS research is an investment in innovation, in better health outcomes, and in hope for families across the country. Together, we can work forward towards a future free of ALS.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the Finance Minister promised Canadians he would stabilize food prices at his flashy grocery summit. Since then, prices have gone up significantly. Lettuce is up nearly 40%, coffee 33%, and beef 27%, just to name a few. Canada is now leading the G7 in food inflation at 6.2%. It's now twice as high as when the Prime Minister took office and twice as high as the United States. And it gets worse. Canadians are now making 2.2 million visits a month to food banks, which has doubled under this Liberal government. Instead of working to reduce food costs, the minister is announcing yet another temporary rebate, giving some about $10 a week against grocery bills that are in the hundreds. The Liberals need to support our Conservative affordability plan, one that eliminates the industrial carbon tax and their 17 cents a litre standards fuel tax. It's time that these Liberals turn their rhetoric into results for Canadians.
Hear, hear. Hear.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, let's honour the departure of an Alouette who is such a champion. Marc-Antoine Decoy is retiring after making history with the Montreal Alouettes, a defensive back on the team that won the 2023 Grey Cup against all odds. Marc-Antoine has recently become more known to the general public through TV. The charismatic former Carabin has shown that he's as comfortable in front of the camera as he is in the fourth quarter of a tough game. He was the Alouette ambassador for Quebecers, part of a team that makes a real effort to promote the French language in a unilingual English environment. It would be impossible to forget his heartfelt call during the Grey Cup in defense of his team, but also of all Quebecers. They won a Canadian championship in English only. He stated loud and clear what all Francophones were thinking in a speech that could just as well have summed up the history of Quebec. They never believed in us, but you know what, man? Keep your English.
The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, did you watch an NHL game last night? Or how about watch the House of Commons this past week? If so, you did so thanks to technology developed and built in Burlington, Ontario. For decades, Evertz has helped shape how the world sees and understands major moments. The company has enabled news and live events to reach audiences in real time. And behind that success are about 1,800 Canadian workers whose expertise is driving change across the industry. In January, I had the chance to tour their Burlington manufacturing facility and global headquarters to see firsthand how Canadian ingenuity, technology, and skill is shaping the global media landscape. They are Canadian first, a fully sovereign company at a time when that matters more than ever. So to my colleagues in this place, every time you look into one of these cameras and speak to your constituents, know that you're doing so with technology developed and built in Burlington, Ontario.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-McKnight.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the Finance Minister promised to stabilize food prices. But since then, the price of lettuce is up 39%, coffee is up 33%, beef up 27%, baby formula up 13%, and even canned vegetables are up 12%. Canada now leads all G7 countries in food inflation and has over 2 million food bank visits each month. Food inflation is twice as high as when the Prime Minister took office. The industrial carbon tax and the liberal fuel standard tax are driving up costs of farm equipment, fertilizers, food processing, and transport, and passing the bill down to Canadians at the grocery store. Since they have no real plan to lower food costs, will the Liberals support our motion to introduce a food affordability plan that eliminates the industrial carbon tax and the fuel standard tax?
Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby, Mallardville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the life and passing of my grandfather, Jacob Sawatsky Sr., whose story embodies the very best of Canada. Born in Ukraine, he survived the Holodomor famine and Stalin's Great Terror, where his father was killed and many others in the family. At 16, he fled his village to find a new life. All he had was a bag of dry bread that his mother gave him. He arrived in Canada alone, speaking no English, with little education. Canada gave him refuge, and he gave back. While working in a factory, he learned English, went back to school, earned a science degree from UBC. He then taught math and physics for nearly 3 decades, shaping generations of young Canadians. Today, I wear his old tie in the chamber as a tribute to his values. He was proud of his family and forever grateful for a country where he could build a new life. Rest in peace, Jacob Sawatsky Sr. You will not be forgotten.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
The Liberals are moving forward with their gun confiscation scheme, while at the same time the Public Safety Minister admits he can't explain the logic of his own policy, that more than $700 million will be wasted, and acknowledges that law-abiding gun owners are not the problem. Criminals using illegal guns are. Trudeau Liberals promised fair compensation, but now the program is capped. Valuations are half of before, and only about 15% of the more than 2 million guns actually are expected to be compensated. This government continues to target the wrong people, despite the majority of Canada's provinces and territories and most law enforcement agencies officially rejecting any role in enforcing this misguided policy, meaning there are no one to even collect these guns. Gun crime is up 130%, while the Liberals fail to secure the border, reduce penalties for gun crimes, and allow repeat offenders back on the streets. It's time for this government to scrap this wasteful, politically motivated, ideological program and invest in real public safety.
The honourable member for Oakville West.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that I rise to honour the life and legacy of Department Captain Stuart Campbell of Oakville Fire Department, who has passed away at the age of 56 after a courageous battle with occupational cancer. Captain Stu has served the Oakville community for more than 30 years, spanning most of his career at the Bronte Fire Station. He served with pride, courage, compassion, unity, and honor, showing an unwavering commitment to his brothers and sisters at the Oakville Fire Department. His passing is a reminder of dangers and occupational risk of our first responders face in the line of duty, and our duty in turn to ensure the safety of our first responders. On behalf of the people of Oakville West, I thank Captain Stuart Campbell for his service and mentorship to the community. You will be remembered. To Stuart's wife and his 2 daughters, and to all who loved him, I offer my deepest condolences. Please know that his service, sacrifice, and legacy will never be forgotten by this community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Quebec-Matquac.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are a resilient people who believe that if they work hard, care for their neighbours, and contribute to their communities, they should be able to build a good life. Canadians are now feeling overwhelmed and weighed down, wondering how they will afford a home, put food on the table, or plan for tomorrow, but hope is not lost. It is found in our foundations as a nation, in the shared values that bind us together, in the enduring belief that a better country is built through hard work, good policy, and steady leadership. Conservatives are united by our belief in a shared dignity and opportunity. We believe government should let Canadians thrive. We need to let the farmers farm, let the producers produce, and let the workers work. Those are the very ones that help to build this country, and they will be key to our nation's comeback. And when this House puts forward serious, effective ideas that truly help Canadians, Conservatives will work in good faith to fast-track those results. Because we believe in Canada, we will always put our fellow Canadians ahead.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, this February marks 30 years of Black History Month in Canada. We reflect on the historic barriers Black communities have faced in North America. We recognize the sacrifices made during the Civil Rights Movement. Grâce à elles et eux, nous avons aujourd'hui.
Thanks to them, today we have essential rights and freedoms.
We have many representatives for my riding: WIPCA, Youth Stars, Overture for the Arts, Playmass, and many others. Merci pour votre contribution à notre...
Thank you for your indelible contribution to our community. The leaders of these groups and other groups are mentors for future generations.
They empower the next generation of Black leaders, and they pass on the legacy of giants who came before them. This work can't be done alone. J'encourage tout...
I encourage everyone to participate.
Help youth dream big and reach their full potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Oral questions, questions orales.
The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable-Aubinière. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the current Minister of Finance promised firmly and with great enthusiasm to stabilize food prices. But this has been a great spectacle, but it didn't really give much results. Since then, prices are up, And the current PM said he'd be judged by prices at the grocery store, but it's a failure. Canada now leads the G7 in food inflation. No prices are going down. His plan isn't working. Why should Canadians believe this Prime Minister when the last Liberal plan led to the worst food inflation in the G7? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, today, even, this House will probably make the decision to send a bill to the Senate that will provide assistance up to $1,800 to families in Canada to help them with the issue of affordability, and notably in terms of grocery prices, groceries and essentials. We would invite the official opposition to support us in this. We are very happy that they said they would do so, and today is a historical day for affordability in Canada. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable, historic day for affordability. No grocery prices are going down, and this GST credit isn't going to make things affordable. This means we have to bring prices down on groceries. Will they do this? They'll be giving a $10 coupon, in fact, for $300 for families. Mr. Speaker, most Canadians won't get anything this afternoon. Since they don't seem to be having any ideas, will they vote for our plan to make groceries affordable? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, good news today. The Conservatives will vote in favour of our plan to help everyday Canadians to pay groceries, an important plan that will make sure that they'll receive $1,800 per family across our country for the most vulnerable families. So I'd like to thank the Conservatives for seeing the light finally and to recognize that our plan is working.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
The Finance Minister promised 3 years ago that he had a plan to lower food prices. Well, how's that working out? Since then, the cost of groceries has skyrocketed, with the price of lettuce up 40%, coffee up over 30%, the price of beef up over 25%. The recycled plan for a temporary rebate won't reduce the cost of a single item of food. Their plan has failed. So why don't the Liberals support our food affordability plan to axe the industrial carbon tax, cut the fuel standards tax, and boost competition in grocery stores to lower food prices for all Canadians?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, today is a big day. Today is the day where, if all goes well, we will be passing historic assistance for Canadian families grappling with affordability issues with respect to food and essential goods. And after much cajoling, the opposition finally decided to stop the games, stop the obstruction, and to allow this bill to move on to the Senate so we can get that aid to Canadian families now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Most Canadians will get no benefit from this recycled plan. A small number will get about $10 a week, but that won't make a dent in the over $340 a week a family of four has to spend to buy groceries. The Finance Minister promised he would bring down grocery prices 3 years ago. He failed then, he's failing again. Their plan isn't working, so why don't they vote for our food affordability plan to cut the industrial carbon tax, axe the fuel standards tax, and finally lower grocery prices for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, last fall, all these Conservatives did was quote Food Bank Canada. Over and over and over, they talked about Food Bank Canada. They failed to notice that Food Bank Canada recommended exactly what we are doing right now, which is put more money in the pockets of those that need it the most. And yet they say, well, they want to cooperate. Can they stop obstructing legislation that is helping Canadians get ahead? They need to be partners in this work, Mr. Speaker. Canadians certainly are stepping up for each other. Why can't they step up for their constituents?
The Honourable Member for Newtecumseh-Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, news reports this week confirm what Canadians already know. Our economy is on life support. Because of Liberal mismanagement, we've had 2 consecutive quarters of zero economic growth. While our GDP is stagnant, grocery inflation keeps climbing. This year will cost $17,600 to feed a family of 4. more, nearly $1,000 more than it did in 2025. Why is it under these Liberals the only thing rising is the price of food?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, since September, we've created 189,000 jobs. Great news for Canada. That is more jobs created in Canada than in the U.S. We have the second fastest growing economy. And let me give you examples. Alstom, 240 new jobs at Thunder Bay. 150 new jobs at Saint Bruno de Montarville. 100 new jobs in La Pocatière. 330 new jobs at Bombardier. 300 new jobs at Valley Glencore Sudbury. Bynoe, St. Thomas, Ontario, Conservative riding. 300 new jobs.
The honourable member for New-Tecumseh Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, this government could talk a glass eye to sleep, but it's the Liberals who need to wake up. Do they need to see how many more Canadians are on the street shaking a coffee cup for change? This government refuses to take the tax off food. They refuse to boost competition, and they refuse to deliver a real plan for food affordability. Their rebate won't reduce the price of a single item at their grocery store. Will they support our food affordability plan and deliver some real relief for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Mr. Speaker, the average family is saving $16,000 a year on childcare. You know who refuses to support young families with the cost of living? The Conservatives across the aisle. Mr. Speaker, families are saving $800 a year in food costs for their children at school. You know who refuses to feed hungry children at school, Mr. Speaker? The Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, every step we take, they obstruct. They get in the way of the very things that not only experts are calling for, but their very own constituents. When will they get in line?
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, some retirees have not received their old age pensions for 9 months because of the Surem software, and the government's ignoring them. Today, they're not the only ones being ignored. The government is also ignoring the opinions of its own civil servants. In an internal survey, more than half of them rated the software 1 out of 10. 89% of them believe that Surem has hindered rather than improved services for Canadians. When will the Liberals take their heads out of the sand and fix the problems? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The implementation of this new platform requires an adaptation period. We're working tirelessly to ensure that the personnel has the necessary tools to familiarize themselves with this new system and to provide benefits. If someone is having issues with this, they need to contact Service Canada and my office directly so we can respond to their demands. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, they have been sounding the alarm for months. And in a document provided by La Presse, the union says that Surem is causing problems similar to the Phoenix fiasco, but on a larger scale. And worse still, the union reports that a procedure clearly states that citizens must not be told that payment delays or errors are related to Surem. Mr. Speaker, has the government ordered civil servants to lie instead of fixing the problems? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The problems related to old age security are over. More than 7,000 seniors are now receiving their payments. They're trying to cover 4 distinct projects. This is the amount set out and approved for the length of this project. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, some retirees have been waiting for their old age pensions for 9 months. And meanwhile, we learn that not only is this government pretending that everything's fine, and not only it's not telling the truth to the media or answering our questions, but It is asking its officials to lie to citizens and tell them that their problems have nothing to do with the Curem software. Mr. Speaker, what should be the Liberals' priority? Helping retirees or protecting their own backsides?
Attention.
Be careful. Decorum, please. The Honourable Minister of Employment and Families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our cabinet did reach out to the member across the way, but we did not receive a reply. If they have urgent cases to be resolved, I would ask them to contact me so we can reply to them. I'm ready to help out their constituents. Thank you.
For King Vaughan.
Seniors built this country, and now they must make the tough decisions between buying groceries or medication. They can't absorb these costs, and they can't afford to skip meals. 3 years ago, the finance minister promised to stabilize food prices. Another broken promise. Canada has the worst food inflation in the G7. Wow. The Conservatives have the solution. Cut the industrial carbon tax, cut the fuel standard tax, give the supermarkets genuine competition. Will the Liberals adopt our proposals and demonstrate empathy for our seniors so they can live in dignity?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
They want to know why we're not adopting their plan. The answer is simple. The only person that thinks it's going to work is their leader. We are following the advice of Food Banks Canada. We are following the advices of experts. And let me tell you what seniors are saying. Dava Houston says, seeing a lot of talk about the grocery rebate helping no one. As a senior, I disagree. This benefit is specifically targeted to help those of us on fixed incomes navigate high food prices. It's a floor for people who built this country and need it. At least they could stop talking it down.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' recycled rebate does not address the high cost of groceries. Some seniors will only receive $10 a week, which is less than the cost of a cup of coffee per day, which is up 33.6%. The $10 savings is like receiving another coupon. This rebate is an admission of the failed policies of this Liberal government and won't change much for our seniors. So again, I will ask the government, will they take our proposal and use it to ensure our seniors can live in dignity?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
You know what will make a real difference in fighting food insecurity, Mr. Speaker? Ensuring that seniors have the money in their pockets that they need to be able to buy groceries, to be able to buy toilet paper and coffee and these kinds of items over which the government has no control. We are controlling what we can, and that is ensuring that seniors have the money that they need to afford the essentials they need. That is also why we are ensuring that 1 million lower-income Canadians can access the benefits that they're entitled to with automatic tax filing. We are ensuring that older Canadians get the money they need through the essentials.
I can hear the Honourable Member from Vernon, but maybe we could keep it down. The Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, while Liberals talk about elbows up, average Canadians see only the price of groceries up. Food price inflation has doubled since this Prime Minister took office. The percentage of seniors using food banks is up 22% over 5 years, forcing seniors to choose between meals and medication. Conservatives want results. Will the Prime Minister work with us to boost competition in grocery chains and eliminate the industrial carbon tax and the fuel standards tax to bring food prices down?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Management and Community Resilience.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have spent the last 2 months going on and on talking about food banks, but they really need to listen to them. I was in Edmonton last weekend, and I met with people on the ground at food banks, and they were praising the Prime Minister's announcement and saying what a huge benefit it would be to people actually on the ground in ridings in Alberta, including Conservative ridings. Conservatives should support a benefit that will help 1.3 million Albertans, including those in Conservative ridings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, the grocery inflation crisis is tearing apart families and tearing apart our communities. I received a letter from a senior citizen in Cambridge whose son had to move back home because he couldn't afford the cost of living. He wants to get married, but can't even move out of his mom's home to buy his own, start a family, have children, and be able to feed them. With lettuce up 40%, beef up nearly 30%, and canned vegetables up over 10%, there's simply no money left for anything else in life. This government's been all sizzle and no steak when it comes to food affordability. When will this Liberal government stop with the empty words and start cooking up some real solutions to bring down the price of groceries?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, if the challenge is complex, real leadership meets it with more, not less.
That's right.
That's why when it comes to food inflation, Canada's new government is doing more. We're building long-term solutions to pricing pressures and making sure that Canadians get the real relief that they need right now.
That's right.
We're building stronger, more resilient supply chains and increasing domestic supply and production to ensure that additional costs are not passed on to the consumer. That will take time, Mr. Speaker, but while we're doing that, we're also going to make sure that Canadians get 5 years of support, over $1,890 a month for a family.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the Finance Minister promised to stabilize food prices. He failed. Since then, lettuce is up 40%, beef is up 27%, baby formula is up 14%. Canada has the highest food inflation in the G7. 2.2 million Canadians are visiting food banks every month. Canadians are struggling. We want results. Will the Liberals support our motion for a food affordability plan that removes industrial carbon tax, fuel standard tax, and increases competition in grocery stores? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, they've mentioned beef, they've mentioned coffee, fruits, and vegetables. The Bank of Canada has affirmed what we already know. They made clear that import costs are crucial when it comes to food inflation. And which kind of import costs in particular? Climate change, Mr. Speaker. Dramatic weather events around the world and domestically. It's obvious, Mr. Speaker, when you have more flooding, when you have more droughts, it affects food production. It affects the size of livestock as well. Mr. Speaker, let's be serious about the solutions at hand. Let's work together to build up the economy. Canadians expect it. Let's meet this moment right now.
The honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I invite the Liberal government to talk to Canadians to find out how much the cost of living is hurting them. The Minister of Finance promised to stabilize food prices 3 years ago, but his plan did not work. Food inflation has never been higher in Canada. It's twice as high as in the U.S. They need to stop making excuses. And here's the solution from the Conservatives, our affordability plan. Will the Liberal government support it and finally take action to help Canadians? The Honourable Secretary of State. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we'll be voting at third reading for the Canadian Grocery and Essentials rebate, and I'm really happy we'll be working together for Canadians with this measure. And it will give a family of four $1,800 back, and that is giving them purchasing power and allowing families and not manufacturers or grocery stores. It'll allow families to decide for themselves. That's what Canadians want. They want to have the choice. And thank you for your support. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the Minister of Finance promised to stabilize food prices. Since then, the price of lettuce is up by 40%. Price of coffee is up 34% and price of beef is up 27%. Mr. Speaker, instead of lowering costs, the Liberals have been putting another Band-Aid on the problem with another temporary rebate. Well, the Liberals finally reversed this trend by supporting our Conservative motion, which eliminates the industrial carbon tax, abolishes the fuel standards tax, and strengthens competition in grocery stores. The Honourable Secretary of State, Mr. Speaker, it's fundamental for the choice to be up to Canadians. And it's so important that we're not only working to approve this grocery rebate, but we're also rebuilding our economy to tackle this trade war that we never hear them talk about. So this is a whole system that we're tackling to give back purchasing power to Canadians, and we have to do this together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister placed great emphasis on diversifying trade at Davos, and he was right to do so. Yet, he himself is blocking a trade agreement with Taiwan. Taiwan's representatives in Canada have confirmed that all pages of the agreement have been initialed by both parties, and the document is ready and printed in 3 languages. The only thing that's missing is a PM signature, and it's been stuck in his office for 9 months. Is Ottawa abandoning agreement with their reliable partner because they're afraid of their new Chinese friend? The Honourable Minister of Trade. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague has said, the government is determined to extend its trade partnerships across the world, and particularly in the Indo-Pacific. Canada and Taiwan have solid economic ties and tight ties, while still being in line with our historic policy of one China. And we will continue to defend Canada's interests by diversifying our trade and by strengthening our ties with reliable partners across the world. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Taiwan is a reliable partner, a democracy, and a market economy. It's a leader in green tech and AI, among other areas, where fields where trade would benefit Quebec. And it's the 6th largest economy in Asia. It's exactly the type of middle power that Canada should be joining forces with to counter the hegemony of giants, according to the PM's speech at Davos. But yet he himself is blocking the agreement with Taiwan in order to court China. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister doing exactly the opposite of what he said at Davos?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Expanding our partnership around the world, including in the Indo-Pacific. Canada and Taiwan enjoy a strong economic and people-to-people ties consistent with our long-standing One China policy. We will continue to stand up for Canadian interests as we diversify trade and strengthen relationships with reliable trading partners around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here we go again. This time in Guelph, police warned the community of a high-risk offender with a history of violence and breaching court orders was released after pleading guilty to breaching probation. Wow. Police said he posed a danger, especially to women, but less than 2 hours later, he was arrested again. Wow. This is weak Liberal bail law in action. Once again, the Liberals' principle of restraint put a dangerous offender back on the street. Will the Prime Minister finally take public safety seriously and repeal C5 and 75?
Good question. Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to look at what's in front of us right now as we speak, Mr. Speaker. We have a number of very important legislation that will address just the issue that my friend opposite brought forward. There's Bill C-12 that's going through the Senate, Mr. Speaker. There's Bill C-9. There's Bill C-14, which speaks to bail reform as well as ensuring that there's consecutive sentencing. And there's also Bill C-16. Again, I ask the members opposite to pass this legislation and make sure this becomes law.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Mr. Speaker, this dangerous release happened for only one reason. Liberal soft on crime laws are still on the books, and this government refuses to repeal them. Time after after time, Liberal laws put repeat violent offenders back on the street, ignore police warnings, and put Canadians in harm's way. Conservatives, on the other hand, are ready to work with anyone in this House to put public safety first and end these dangerous policies.
100%.
Will the Prime Minister finally get serious about public safety and work with us to repeal these laws? Yes or no?
Dangerous people who commit serious crimes should not be allowed to roam freely in our streets where they can reoffend. Now, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister can start again.
Mr. Speaker, they're going to regret their applause in a moment, I can assure you. And it's because when the member posed the question, he blamed the principle of restraint. Let me tell you something about the principle of restraint. That is the subject of a change in Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, that the Conservatives have been obstructing for months. Despite calls from law enforcement, from provincial governments, from municipalities, from experts in their field, they have been getting in the way.
This is supposed to be an exchange of ideas. The minister may continue with his answer.
Mr. Speaker, after months and months of obstructing bail reform in this country, we've finally seen a spirit of collaboration. My only hope is a spirit that their leader seemed to embody during his opening remarks at this session will be what carries the day instead of the nonsense we're seeing today in the House.
The Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland.
On January 27th, Charlottetown police responded to a violent home invasion involving assault, an imitation firearm, and chemical irritant. 2 individuals known to the victims were arrested. One of the accused is facing multiple charges, including, with no surprise, failure to comply with conditions of release and probation. The Liberal soft-on-crime principle of restraint continues to put dangerous offenders back on the street. So will this government repeal C-5 and C-75 so that Canadians can once again feel safe in their home?
The Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, since taking government, we've had a tough on-crime agenda.
right.
We have 6 different bills going through this House right now that are all tackling the situations that the member has been mentioning. It's been 8 months since we put in place C2, and we've been waiting on the Conservatives for their cooperation to pass lawful access measures, which would help police in their investigations. We've been asking for help on cracking down on fentanyl, Mr. Speaker, and tackling organized crime. But they've been stalling and they've been obstructing all along. I hope they'll get on board and work with us.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Last week, a man in Woodbridge was gunned down in broad daylight. This week, a home in Vaughan was targeted for a shooting for the 4th time in 5 months. Now, the York Region Police Chief has said they will not participate in the federal Liberal government's gun grab because it does not address the underlying sources of gun crime. Most provinces and territories have opted out. Dozens of police services have now refused to participate. So, with little support from the police and provinces, will the Liberal government finally end this ideologically driven scheme and focus on stopping illegal guns and repeat violent offenders?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, last week when the Prime Minister met with First Ministers across Canada, all 13 of them unanimously asked for this House to pass Bill C-14, Mr. Speaker. The party opposite is talking about tough on crime, but they refuse to pass the legislation that's required for bail reform. That's going to make consecutive sentences. That's going to ensure the safety and security of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Enough talk and we need action, Mr. Speaker. I urge the party opposite to pass Bill C-14.
Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, while violent crime and extortion
abortion continue to rise across Canada, this government keeps targeting law-abiding Canadians instead of criminals. Most provinces and territories have told the government they will not participate in the Liberal gun buyback. In Newfoundland and Labrador, the Premier has been clear. The Liberals, and I quote, should focus on criminals, not law-abiding hunters and our way of life. Dozens of police services have said they will not help carry out this program. Even the minister responsible admitted in private this was a bad idea. Will the Liberals end this wasteful scheme, stop the gun grab that punishes law-abiding Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, like I said before, when it comes to food inflation as well, responsible governments do more. That is why we're also seeing an uptake and people wanting to surrender their prohibited weapons. Over 22,000 people have signed up to get their guns out of our communities. That's progress, Mr. Speaker, but also in addition to that, we've put major investments into our borders to catch illegal guns and get them off our streets. We've also put forward measures in our legislation to help the police catch criminals and help them with their investigations. But the Conservatives have been obstructing all of those measures, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask them to allow C2 to come to a vote.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, from rank-and-file officers to police chiefs, law enforcement from across Canada has asked Parliament to quickly pass Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, to better address repeat violent offenders. From my own community of Brampton, Mayor Patrick Brown and Peel Regional Police commend the government for their work for listening to our communities. Can the Minister of Justice explain how Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, delivers on those requests and protects communities?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and for her advocacy for stronger criminal laws to help protect her community. The reason that members of her community are commending this bill is because they see the feedback that they provided in the process reflected in the text of the bill. It was through feedback from law enforcement that we figured out how to best deal with violent repeat criminals when bail hearings come up. It was through engagement with provincial governments we better understood how we can improve the process of bail hearings and sentencing. I want to thank in particular Mayor Patrick Brown for his advocacy for tougher criminal laws. By working together with provinces, with municipalities and law enforcement, we can build safer communities for every Canadian.
Very good. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Canada's economy is on life support and the country is in recession watch, Mr. Speaker. That is the international headlines in Bloomberg. GDP per capita was essentially flat in 2025, and the Bank of Canada expects just 1.1% growth next year. Businesses are postponing expansion, investment is forecast to be weak, and this is very bad news for Canada's jobs. We need a significant transformational plan, but none appears in this legislative agenda from this government. When will they introduce a plan to keep Canadians out of a recession, Mr. Speaker?
Le Ministre de l'Industrie.
Speaker, I have a lot of time and respect for my colleague, but she's not referring to all the important data, because the data shows that there's been increase in wages year over year, 3.4%, while the inflation was at 2.4%. So basically, wages are increasing more than inflation. And at the same time, in December, the Bank of Canada maintained its interest rates to 2.25%, and the governor mentioned that the economy was proving resilient. We have created 189,000 jobs more than the U.S., Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, the threat of a recession is real, and nothing this government has done is going to address the economic issues we're facing. StatsCan reports manufacturing is being deeply impacted. In November alone, GDP fell 12.6% in the auto sector. That's thousands of layoffs already. Without significant action to grow the economy and protect Canadian jobs, Canada could very well fall into a recession. Conservatives have proposed lower taxes, removing barriers so that we can grow faster than ever, and cutting red tape. So when will the government see a real plan to ward off recession and protect Canadian jobs from this government?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians can't cast that Conservative leader's slogans. Last week, we announced the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit that will put up to $1,900 in the pockets of working families. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we have a leader with world-class business and economic experience. Their leaders never had a job in the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York Durham.
Economists said yesterday that the Canadian economy is on life support. And while the Liberals may clap like trained seals for lower rates, those lower rates are not resulting in more growth. Respectfully, a GST rebate will not revive this patient. The emissions cap, the shipping ban, and other anti-development laws are binding the hands of Canadians that would build our country. So why won't the Prime Minister have the courage to stand up and remove them?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister
Mr.
for Natural
Speaker,
of Natural
offer
Resources.
some good news. The CER just announced the Gordon to Taylorville pipeline is being built. The CER just announced support for the Sunrise pipeline. The pipe mill in Regina is opening to build pipe again. We are building Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for York-Durham.
The Minister enjoys illusions because the Major Projects Office has not given approval to one project yet. Instead, let me give him some other news. BNN Bloomberg reported that my home province of Ontario is the sick man of Canada, with lower standards of living than anywhere else in the country. In fact, by every objective measure, Ontario is doing worse now than it did when the Prime Minister was elected. And that is increasingly because they cannot get a deal with the United States. That's a serious question, and it deserves a serious answer. Prime Minister, why is there no plan to deal with the U.S.?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'll invite the member opposite to come to Darlington, where we're building the first SMRs in the G7, creating thousands of jobs, thousands of jobs, thousands of jobs. We are a leader. We are building Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
New research from Rosenberg says Canada's economy is on life support. Per capita GDP is falling, construction's flat, and the economy may shrink by 0.5%. Food inflation is out of control, and billions of dollars are fleeing south. Because of these Liberals, Canada is now in a recession watch. Conservatives are ready to work with the government to repeal anti-development laws to get our economy going. So will the Prime Minister work with us to build big and build quickly, or will his legacy be one of the worst economies in recent history?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I call on Conservatives, yes, to work with us, and we can work together for the betterment of this country, Mr. Speaker. What did we see yesterday? If they don't want to listen to Liberals, that's fine. They should listen to Prime Minister Harper, who called on us in a moment of crisis, a moment of rupture for this country, to do what's right for Canada. We have an opportunity. We saw the Conservatives support the Essentials benefit. Will they support now the budget that can support his community and mine and all of ours? It's up to them. What are we going to do?
Honourable Member for York Centre.
Almost a year since the election, the Prime Minister should be judged not by his words, but by his actions. He didn't get a trade deal. He doubled the deficit. No new pipelines approved. Interprovincial trade barriers remain. We have the highest food inflation in the G7, with 2.2 million Canadians at the food bank. We need to start building pipelines and sell Canadian energy.
Hear, hear.
So will the Prime Minister work with us to repeal Liberal anti-development laws, or will Canadians continue to suffer a Liberal economy that is on life support?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a plan in front of this House to create $1 trillion of investment in Canada. There's a plan before this House to continue to build the kind of infrastructure that my colleague just referred to. There's a plan before this House that would deregulate, that would free up, that would invest, that would make Canada the most attractive tax investment destination in the world. It's called the Budget Implementation Act. If we bring that bill today, will that party support it? Yes or no?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent-Akiwanrock. Mr. Speaker, the prestigious firm Bloomberg has said very clearly that the Canadian economy is on life support and that the country is in recession. That's Bloomberg saying that. In one of the articles, it says that on housing, if we look at recent years, residential housing spending has remained stagnant. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. We are ready to work with the government in order to lower inflationary taxes. Will this government do that for Canadians who want real results? The Honourable Minister, we are very pleased, Mr. Speaker, that our colleague is offering to work with the government in order to improve the economy, in order to ensure that we are a country with historic foreign investment and domestic investment, in order to create a more resilient and stronger economy, to create jobs in all professions across Canada. I look forward to that support from our colleagues, and I would encourage our colleagues to support the Budget Implementation Act, because that is the plan that my colleague just described. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent-Wenrock. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want actual results. They are impatient. These people have been in power for 10 years, but meanwhile, the economy has gotten worse. That's the reality. Food inflation is affecting all Canadian families. We have the worst food inflation in the G7. The minister knows that. He should be ashamed. The Bank of Canada has stated that businesses are delaying their expansion plans, and investment will be low. When will this government take concrete measures and lead to real good results for Canadian families? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows very well, we have a plan, and that plan is called the Budget Implementation Act. For too long, we've been seeing obstruction from the other side, from the Conservatives. During this difficult time, where we know that geopolitics are going through a difficult period, we know that Canadians throughout the country are facing financial difficulties. They expect us to work together. Will the Conservatives vote in favor of the budget? Yes or no? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised that Canada would see the strongest growth in the G7. 1 year later, nothing has been done to reduce red tape, and no anti-development laws have been repealed. On the contrary, the obstacles are only getting worse. According to Bloomberg, the Canadian economy is now in a recession, and people can feel that. Will the Prime Minister finally bring in a plan which will enable Canadians to build, invest, and work? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, what people in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean and elsewhere in Quebec and Canada want is a plan, an economic plan, the Prime Minister's plan, the plan they voted for, the plan that is currently before this House. The Conservatives are constantly blocking this Prime Minister's economic plan. We are urging them to cooperate with us. We succeeded with C-19. We can help Canadians. And we are urging them to pass Bill C-15 and the Budget Implementation Act, the Prime Minister's plan to build Canada. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, February is Black History Month, which is an opportunity to pay tribute to the Black Canadians who have built our country and shaped our future. This is the 30th anniversary of the official recognition of Black History Month, and the theme is honoring Black brilliance across generations, from nation builders to tomorrow's visionaries. Can the Minister tell the House why it is important every February to celebrate Black History Month and how the government is promoting it throughout the country? The Honourable Minister of Identity and Culture. Well, first of all, I would just like to state that the member herself, who was elected in Terrebonne and has made history herself by becoming the youngest Black MP in the history of Canada. That is a remarkable accomplishment. As she eloquently said, this year we are once again celebrating Black excellence, Black community. We are supporting 85 initiatives to fight racism and support the Black community. Black history is Canada's history.
Member for Foothills.
It is wild to hear the Foreign Affairs Minister claim that they support science when the Liberals are literally attacking agricultural research. They are shutting down research centres in Lacombe, Indian Head, Guelph, Quebec City, Portage-la-Prairie, and Cumberland County. Meanwhile, they spend $19 billion on consultants, $33 million on a prison farm, $22 million on beans for women for empowerment in Congo. Why is the Prime Minister dismantling the foundation of Canadian food security just to fund his foreign virtue signaling?
Right on.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. Science plays an integral role and will continue to play an integral role in this country for agriculture and agri-food. Mr. Speaker, we are maintaining our research and development presence in every single province, and the department continues to be the largest science service center in this country with 17 sites.
That's right.
By streamlining our research, we are prioritizing high-impact areas, reducing duplication, and better aligning our needs with our ranchers and farmers across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
They're not maintaining, they're cutting and shutting. Workers at the Indian Head Agricultural Research Farm are the latest to lose their jobs thanks to this Liberal government. This research centre provides cutting-edge innovation on soil management, crop varieties, and disease and pest resiliency. It provides jobs for Canadian scientists, improves Canadian crop production to the benefit of Canadian farmers. Meanwhile, the Liberals have sent hundreds of millions of Canadian tax dollars overseas for stupid, ideologically driven pet projects like $8 million for gender-just rice farming in Vietnam. Instead of closing Canadian research centres that benefit Canadians, why not stop the phony foreign aid project?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, the Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if that member's memory serves him correct, but I'll go back to 2011 and 2012. That may jog his memory a little bit. A focused agriculture research presence should move away from scattered, soiled research, siloed projects, and toward a mission-driven, outcome-oriented system that treats food production as a cornerstone of national security, economic resilience, and climate adaptation. This is what we're hearing from our stakeholders. We're going to move agriculture forward, and we're going to make science and research a big part of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Ponoka Didsbury.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have repeatedly told Canadians to trust the science, but now they're firing the very scientists who help feed Canadians. The government is shutting down 7 agriculture research centres across Canada, including the storied one in Lacombe. Meanwhile, the Liberals will waste $742 million on a gun grab that police say will do nothing. $742 million would keep the Lacombe Research Station open for 40 years. With 2.2 million Canadians lining up at the food bank every month, why is this government so hell-bent on wasting cash on programs that experts say will not work and killing the programs that the experts say will?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, from talking to stakeholders across this country, we have a real opportunity. We even advance our research, and we'll continue to do that. The department continues to be the largest agriculture research in Canada, but this opportunity for transformation in the research sector is most prominent in our agriculture and agri-food divisions, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to invest in agriculture and agri-research, partner with our academias, talk to our stakeholders, and move forward with the best science in the world as we have today.
That's great. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, residents in my riding of Carleton want to know what this government is doing to improve affordability. There is good news, Mr. Speaker. Can the Secretary of...
Wait. The member is attracting all kinds of extraneous noise there. Maybe we'll let the member start from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Residents of my riding of Carleton are looking for serious leadership. They're also wanting to see what this government is doing to improve affordability in this country. There's good news, Mr.
Can't hear a thing. I wanted to get out of here early today. We'll try again. We're making progress. The Honourable Member for Carleton from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is why Conservatives keep losing. Residents in Carleton want to know what this government is doing to improve the affordability of food. There is good news, Mr. Speaker. Can the Secretary of State for CRA and financial institutions please inform this House of important measures the government is taking to improve affordability for Canadians?
The Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, it's so nice to finally see real representation in Carleton. Conservative slogans don't feed families. That's why we cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We cut the consumer carbon tax, and last week we announced a groceries and essentials benefit that will put up to $1,900 in the pockets of working families. It's time for that party, that leader, to stop the rhetoric, stop the slogans, and join us to build Canada strong. Thank you.
The honourable member for Swift Current Grasslands Kindersley.
Speaker, the Prime Minister has admitted that a country that cannot feed itself has few options. However, this Liberal government's closing 7 agriculture research facilities. The research and development has a 35-to-1 return on investment for taxpayers. It's also crucial for growing crops to feed Canada and the rest of the world, despite our harsh climate. With 2.2 million Canadians lining up at food banks every month, does the Prime Minister seriously think that it's a good idea to cut valuable research into how we can grow more food here in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard around, when I've traveled around the country, I've heard many times that we can do better in research and development. We'll continue to build on that, Mr. Speaker. We'll listen to the professionals in this regard, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to go down the path, Mr. Speaker, of not having science in this country. It's extremely important to our trade, Mr. Speaker. It's extremely important to our agriculture and agri-food communities, and we're going to continue to build on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Successive Liberal and Conservative governments have bungled fighter jet procurement for decades. Now, with Donald Trump threatening Canada's sovereignty and our NATO allies, New Democrats call on the Prime Minister to cancel all F-35 contracts and commit to purchasing the Swedish Saab Gripen. The Prime Minister promised to make Canada less reliant on American military. Will the Prime Minister make the switch, or does his Davos speech mean nothing?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, as part of our generational investments in the Canadian Armed Forces, we are procuring a new fleet of fighter aircraft for the Royal Canadian Air Force. We review all procurement approaches to align with the best interests of Canadians and the needs of the Canadian Armed Forces. We are committed to procuring what the Air Force needs while ensuring economic benefits for Canadians. And that is exactly what we'll do.
I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Kelly Green, Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness of British Columbia. It being 3:14, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Berthold relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Aboul Taif, moved that, given that the finance minister promised in October 2023 that food prices would stabilize soon, and that the Prime Minister stated in May 2025 that he would be judged by the prices at the grocery store, and that, 1.
No dispensing. Les Canadiens subissent la plus forte.
Canadians face the highest food inflation in the G7. 2. Food inflation is twice as high as it was when the Prime Minister took office. 3. Food inflation in Canada is twice as high as it is in the United States. 4. Canadians have made 2.2 visits a month to food banks.
5.
5. Food bank use has more than doubled since the Liberals took power.
La Chambre demande.
The House call on the government to immediately introduce a food affordability plan that A. Removes the Liberals' hidden taxes on food, including...
We're going to be dispensed. I don't think there's agreement to dispense. Éliminerait les taxes cachées des libéraux sur les aliments, y compris
1. The industrial carbon tax on farm equipment, fertilizer, and food processors that drives up the cost of producing food and are passed on to consumers. 2. The fuel standards tax, which is 7 cents a liter and rising to 17 cents a liter on farmers, truckers, and those who bring us our food.
Jusqu'à 17 cents par litre.
3. The food packaging tax that will cost Canadians $1.3 billion, and B. Boost competition in our overly concentrated grocery sector.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Dedtel.
Mr. Dedtel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zinner.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse, pardon me.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegawak.
Mr. Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegawak.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury S, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury S, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Ms. Cobania.
Ms. Cobania.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Ms. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Groslo.
Mr. Groslo.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Halsey.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Mrs. Kirkland.
Mrs. Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conan.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Ms. Cronus.
Ms. Cronus.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Strauss.
Mr. Strauss.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Ms. DeBruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Mr. Ananda-Sangri.
Mr. Ananda-Sangri.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Cedar-Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar-Brampton East.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Belanger, Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Senate, Sook.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Senate, Sook.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Ménard.
Madame Ménard.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Letao.
Monsieur Letao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Ms. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Monsieur Al Saoud.
Monsieur Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dondurant.
Madame Dondurant.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurtle.
Ms. Hurtle.
Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Lavoie.
Mr. Lavoie.
Mr. McKinnon. Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Madame Ms. Royer.
Ms. Roy.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sahi.
Mr. Sari.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Mr. Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Mr. Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Madame Gail Côte-Nord, Kawawachikama, Tasinan.
Madame Gill, Côte-Nord, Kawikchamach, Nitsasen.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Ms. Gazan. Ms. Idlout, pardon me. Ms. Idlout. Ms. May.
Ms. May.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Not seeing any hands up on the screen, I will ask the table to compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 137, 147. Nays contre 195, 195.
I declare the motion defeated. The House will now proceed to the The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-222 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Beach, seconded by Ms. Gould, moved that Bill C-222, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, death of a child, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurtle.
Ms. Hurtle.
Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Lavoie.
Mr. Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinte.
Madam Mingarelli.
Madam Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Ms. Royer.
Ms. Royer.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sari.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tesser-Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser-Dirksen.
Mr. Villeneuve.
Mr. Villeneuve.
Mr. Watchorn.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Fifth row on my right.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Madame Lapointe Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dondurant.
Madame Dondurant.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Fourth row on my right.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Ms. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Levac.
Madame Levac.
Mr. Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Leitao.
Mr. Leitao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Belanger Desnathi, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger Desnathi, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Ménard.
Madame Ménard.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
First row on my right.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Kmitch.
Sixth row on my left.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Groslo.
Mr. Groslo.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Mrs. Kirkland.
Mrs. Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Ms. Cronus.
Ms. Cronus.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Row on my left.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Center.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Center.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Baber.
Mr. Baber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury S, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury S, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Ms. Kobania.
Ms. Kobania.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Ms. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row to my left.
Arnold.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Belsadou Duval.
Mr. Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row to my right.
Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row to my left.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Madame Gill, Côte-Nord, Kawawa, Chikama, Nitassinan.
Madame Gill, Côte-Nord.
Première rangée.
First row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Dentel.
Monsieur Dentel.
Miss Lewis Haldeman, Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Que tout
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Troisième.
Third.
Deuxième.
Second row.
Première rangée.
First row.
Que tous ceux à
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth. Fourth. Third. Second. First row.
La Chambre attend.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Seeing no hands raised, I will ask the table to now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas for 331, plus 131. Nays contre 0. Aucun.
I declare the motion carried. So is he going to get up? Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-245 under private members' business. The question is as follows.
Mr. Barcelou Duval, seconded by Mr. Champoux, moved that Bill C-245, an act to amend the Canadian Multiculturalism Act, non-application in Quebec, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Duval. Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my left.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row on my left.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row to my left.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row to my left.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Monsieur Deschênes.
Madame Gil Côtenard, Kawawachikama, Nitassinan.
Madame Gil Côtenard, Kawachikama, Nitassinan.
Monsieur Bonnet.
Monsieur Bonnet.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth. Third. Second row. First row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row to my left.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Monsieur Groslo.
Monsieur Groslo.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Mrs. Kirkland.
Mrs. Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conan.
Ms. Cronus.
Ms. Cronus.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row to my left.
Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger Sudbury S. Manitoulin Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger Sudbury S. Manitoulin Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Ms. Borelli. Ms. Kobania, pardon me.
Ms. Kobania.
Ms. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Ms. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row to my left.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Malette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkagawak.
Monsieur Malette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkagawak.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Managakis.
Mr. Managakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row to my left.
Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row to my left.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Return to Mr. Bragdon.
Back to Mr. Bragdon.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deadted.
Mr. Deadtail.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Que tous ceux à ma droite
All those to my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurtle.
Ms. Hurtle.
Mr. Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Ms. Royer.
Ms. Roy.
Mr. Saney.
Mr. Saney.
Mr. Sailly.
Mr. Sari.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Mr. Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Fifth row to my right.
Yep.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe Rivière de Mille-Îles.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Donduran.
Madame Dondurant.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row to my right.
Cano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Ms. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row to my right.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Letao.
Monsieur Leiteo.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Corrie.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Belanger, Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desanathi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chanette.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Ménard.
Madame Ménard.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Première rangée à ma
First row at my right.
Alpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes techniques,
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
ne voyant aucune main,
Seeing none, I will now ask the table to compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 22-22, nays contre 307, 307.
je déclare la
I declare the motion defeated.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, the time provided for government orders will now be extended by 38 minutes. And in a moment, we will proceed to daily routine of business. I will give members this opportunity to, if they wish, leave quickly and quietly. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32-2 and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the distinct honour of tabling in both official languages a treaty entitled Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of United Arab Emirates for the Promotion and Protection of Investments, done at Abu Dhabi on November 20th, 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a tabling of documents, the Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32-2 and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of Japan concerning the transfer of defence equipment and technology, done at Ottawa on January 27th, 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapports de comité.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. first reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to table today a petition on recognizing and supporting caretakers. These women and men play an essential role in supporting vulnerable individuals or individuals living with a disability. They also help to remove pressure from our healthcare system. This petition is based on a great deal of popular support, started by Madame Geneviève Coutu, who is here today. She's from Sorel-Tracy. Thanks to this movement's efforts, around 15,000 signatures have been collected. A family caretaker for her husband for many years, her husband who had Alzheimer's, she embodies a reality for many families. And so this petition asks the government to better recognize the caretaker role while respecting provincial jurisdiction, especially Quebec. The Bloc Québécois supports this, and I would invite all parties to do the same. Thank you. Before proceeding with petitions, I would just like to remind members, including the Dean of the House, to not recognize people in the gallery. Only the Speaker can do that. I know that the Dean of the House knows that rule. The member for Hull-Elmer, please. This is the first time I am rising in this Parliament to present a petition. This is petition E6685, signed by almost 600 Canadians. This petition has to do with the efforts of a great Canadian, a veteran, retired Captain Jocelyn Demetre. Mr. Speaker, I know that I'm not supposed to recognize the presence of someone in the gallery, so I will not recognize the presence of the former captain in the gallery. But I can say that he's a veteran, the author of a book as well, and he does a great deal of work for veterans. Mr. Speaker, the petition here asks for the Canadian government to recognize the fact that we do not have a law to prevent contempt of the Canadian flag, as many other countries have, like Switzerland, the UK, and France. And so petitioners are asking the Canadian government to bring in legislation to protect our Canadian flag against any actions to destroy or profane the national flag unless there is a legitimate reason. Thank you. Before proceeding, I will just remind again that we are not allowed to do indirectly what we cannot do directly. I know that the member for Hull-Elmer is very familiar with the rules, given that he is a former Speaker of this House. Petitions.
Member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to present a petition on behalf of the citizens of Riding Mountain. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the fourth time on behalf of the people of Dauphin, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. Residents of Dauphin and the Parkland region are demanding that the Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that have fueled a surge in crime throughout their communities. Since 2015, there has been a 54% increase in violent crime and a 75% increase in sexual assaults across Canada. Petitioners are deeply concerned by what they read in the local papers, including a report from last week that the Dauphin RCMP arrested 3 men in connection to a crime spree of multiple incidents, including theft and armed robbery, all in a single day. Mr. Speaker, the people of Dauphin and the Parkland region demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I fully support the people of Dauphin.
Petitions, pétition, l'honorable député de Gaspésie.
The honourable member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine-Restigouche.
Depuis plus de 12 ans, l'absence du service.
For over 12 years, there has not been any passenger rail service from Via Rail in my riding, and that's very essential in my riding because in my riding, we like to reduce GHG emissions and we want citizen mobility. 12 years of neglect by a crown corporation, which is funded with public money and should have regional service. Thus, today, it's a great honor to present a petition signed by over 3,000 people asking the federal government to intervene with Via Rail to ask them to immediately reinstate service from Matapédia to Port Daniel Gascon and to gradually reinstate passenger rail service all the way to Gaspé and to do so as soon as possible. I share petitioners' very legitimate expectations.
South Langley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Abbotsford South Langley who are increasingly concerned about the severe and ongoing flood risks facing our Abbotsford community. These petitioners note that Abbotsford's low-lying geography along the Fraser River has led to repeated flooding that has caused millions of dollars in damage to homes, farms, businesses, and critical infrastructure, while also disrupting vital supply chains far beyond our region. They warn against aging and inefficient flood protection infrastructure that is failing to meet today's realities, and that meaningful flood mitigation requires urgent investment, moderate climate resilient infrastructure guided by science and community support. Therefore, the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to take a seat at the table with the province and municipality, invest in flood mitigation and monitoring, early warning systems, and emergency preparedness for Abbotsford, and to deliver clear, actionable flood mitigation measures in the next federal budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions, the Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise on behalf of petitioners from Oxford County who are concerned that the Liberal block amendments to Bill C-9 could be used to criminalize passages from the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, and other sacred texts. The state has no place in religious texts or teachings of any faith community, and freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights that must be preserved. They're calling on the Government of Canada to protect religious freedom, uphold the right to read and share sacred texts, and prevent government overreach into matters of faith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
It's an honour to rise to present a petition from Canadians who are calling for urgent federal leadership on brain injury awareness, prevention, and treatment. The petitioners note that brain injuries can occur in many ways, from accidents to illness and strokes, and often result in serious physical, cognitive, emotional, and behavioral effects. They further point out that brain injuries are frequently linked with other challenges, including substance use and homelessness, creating additional barriers for those affected. And it's estimated that 1.6 million Canadians are living with a brain injury today, yet there is still no federal coordinated national response. The petitioners therefore call upon the Government of Canada to develop a national brain injury strategy, to improve awareness and prevention, and to ensure better access to treatment, rehabilitation, and recovery supports for Canadians living with the impacts of brain injury. Thank you.
Petitions, pétitions, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, the petitioners wish to draw the attention of the House to findings from international conservation organizations pointed out that when you have marine protected areas, to which Canada is committed to having 30% protection, that there's a positive, described the petition as spillover effects, where neighboring fishing areas have larger populations of fish, larger sizes of individual fish, and better catch. They are calling on this House to look at what fisheries and oceans can do in order to protect our fisheries, grow our fisheries through having marine conservation areas, and to ensure that the marine protected areas are expanded.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Speaker, and pleased to present a petition to constituents who are very concerned about the escalating attacks and kidnappings and killings of affected Christians and other communities in parts of Nigeria. These incidences have had devastating humanitarian consequences, including mass displacement of life, destruction of property and places of worship, and an acute insecurity for vulnerable populations. They seek urgent and coordinated international action to protect civilians, uphold human rights, and support peaceful coexistence in Nigeria. I also have a petition on behalf of 211 constituents that are concerned about Canada Post's announcement and elimination of of door-to-door service, postal services, impacting seniors and rural parts of my constituency. Thank you.
Petitions, Pétition, the Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the residents of Simcoe Grey and, in fact, all across the country. The Department of National Defence has purchased 700 acres off one farmer to build the over-the-horizon radar system. The people in the riding aren't opposed to our military, in fact, support the men and women. Baseboard is in my riding. But they have concerns. This is farm prime land. In order to do the stage 2, they need 2,600 more acres, which they will need to purchase off landowners who presently have no interest in selling. So they have some deep concerns. It also follows along the Minising Swamp, so there's a lot of environmental issues to this particular land. So the residents are calling upon the Government of Canada to stop the building of any over-the-horizon site on the already purchased property, prevent future acquisitions of prime farmland, and the building of any over-the-horizon sites on the prime farmland of Clearview Township. Register the previously purchased property with the Ontario Farmland Trust. We hear all the time in this House about the importance of food security. We understand national security. We just believe that there are other sites available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising in this House to table a petition on behalf of the constituents of my riding to force Liberal and to withdraw their Bill C9, block Liberal amendment that was passed in the committee to remove religious freedom defense clause from the criminal code. The constituents believe that the government is going to criminalize the passages from Bible, Quran, Torah, and other religious texts. It would, if allowed, it would prosecute those who deeply express their religious beliefs. Punishment of such charges is up to 2 years. The state has no business in people's religious faiths and teachings and the beliefs that they deeply hold within their conscience. Therefore, the constituents are seeking that Liberals should withdraw Bill C9 and protect religious freedoms, uphold the right to read and share the sacred text, and prevent government institutions to interfere. Thank you.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today on behalf of the citizens of Cambridge to table a petition to withdraw Bill C9. It's requesting that this government uphold and protect freedom of religion and freedom of speech, as these fundamental rights must be preserved.
Petitions, Pétition, the Honourable Member for Niagara South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of Canadians who are concerned about the contents of Bill C9 and the assault on religious freedoms. Their fear is that Christians and other religious individuals who believe in the Bible will be found in positions of being told they are actually engaged in criminal activity. On behalf of these citizens, I urge the government to retract Bill C9, withdraw Bill C9, and protect religious freedom in Canada.
Petitions, Pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Notice of motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all notices for motions also for the production of papers be allowed to stand at this time also.
Is that agreed? Agreed. So ordered. Orders of the day. Oh, pardon me. Pursuant to order made on Monday, February 2nd, 2026, Bill C-19, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, is deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage on division, and the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-19 at the third reading stage. Orders of the day all du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons, beginning debate at third reading of Bill C-19, Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit Act.
Ms. Sahora, for Mr. Champagne, seconded by Ms. Thompson, moves that Bill C-19, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. Débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to share my speaking time with the member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Does the member have unanimous consent to share his speaking time? Yes? Noted. The speaking time will be shared.
Monsieur le Président, nous débattons aujourd'hui.
Mr. Speaker, today we are debating an issue that directly impacts the day-to-day lives of millions of Canadians. The ability to feed one's family, buy groceries, and meet one's family's essential needs with dignity. Beyond partisan debate, there is a real human issue. There are parents counting every dollar when they pay at the cash. Canadians are seeing their savings run out. Workers who are working very hard, but they feel that the cost of life is moving ahead of their income. My speech today will be divided into two parts. First, I will spend a few minutes telling you about my riding of Beauport-Limoilou. The decisions that we make here must be based on the reality of those who live in our ridings. My riding is a rich and diverse riding. There are workers, families, seniors, young people. There are also many people living alone, a significant amount in my riding. There are also urban and rural areas. Beauport is mostly residential. There are many families in Beauport. In many Beauport neighborhoods, 1 in 3 households is a household of a family with children. So it's important to have good schools, high quality of life, and proximity of services. In Limoilou, Limoilou is a very densely populated urban area. Limoilou is a sector of the city of Quebec where there is the highest percentage of seniors living alone. In Limoilou neighborhoods, most households are one-person households. And this has a lot of impact because living alone often means living on one income and spending a higher share of one's household budget on housing and recurring expenses. In Limoilou, there are a lot of renters, which makes housing increasingly important. In the riding of Beauport-Limoilou, many households spend over 30% of their income on housing. Beauport-Limoilou is also a riding in which the social fabric is very strong. There are local organizations which play a critical role in supporting residents and maintaining social ties, especially in densely populated urban areas. Beauport-Limoilou's residents are similar to millions of Canadians. On Friday, I was at the United Way in Gapé. It's just 400 meters away from my riding office. It's a food bank which needs our help to help over 100 people a week, and they have over 100 volunteers. During the holidays, I met with so many people in my riding. I went to seniors' residences, and they told me to not forget them. They told me to keep them in my thoughts at work. And I want to tell them today that we're thinking about them. We're thinking about everyone. Within one riding, there can be a great many different needs, and we must think of all those needs and all different types of residents. We have taken action to help people, especially with income support services and housing action, but we must continue to take action here in the House based on Canadians' needs on the ground. Next, I would like to tell you about the measures we have taken and the action that we can still take in order to improve the lives of those in my riding of Beauport-Limoilou and of those everywhere in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the global economic context is unstable. There are geopolitical tensions rising, which continue to have an impact on food prices. Moreover, those who work very hard and contribute to our society feel increasing pressure when it comes to purchasing essentials. It's for those people and thousands of others in Canada that we developed Bill C-19. while inflation is coming down, food inflation remains high. And low-income and middle-income families are the most affected. Given that reality, our government made a very obvious decision to take targeted, effective action. C-19 would amend the Income Tax Act in order to create the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit Act. This new benefit uses an existing mechanism, one which is well known, that is the GST credit. This will enable us to quickly deliver financial support to those who need it the most. This is a real solution that will really help people. This is the best possible way to help Canadians, and to do so quickly. Tangibly speaking, there will be a one-time payment of 50% of the GST credit for 2025-2026, and as of spring 2026, there will be immediate tangible support to so many families as of July 2026. The benefit will be boosted in a lasting way by 25% in 2026 for a 5-year period. $11.7 billion will be invested over 6 years to support over 12 million Canadians. For a single person living alone without children, that will be up to $402 additional dollars. For a couple, it can be up to $527. And for a family with 2 children, it can be up to $805. These are not theoretical amounts. These are real amounts. In Beauport-Limoilou, this will bring down people's financial stress and give people a bit more breathing room and a bit more of a financial buffer to deal with unpredicted expenses. This bill is so simple, and it will be incredibly effective. Beneficiaries will not have to fill out complex paperwork or do anything else, really. All they will have to do is file their tax returns as they normally do. This will be predictable and stable. It will bring predictability and stability to households. Now, this measure does not replace other support measures. It is an additional support measure. This fits with a very logical set of financial measures to help people, such as the Canada Child Benefit, the Guaranteed Income Supplement for seniors, the Canada Disabilities Benefit, and even the National Food Program, School Food Program. We also, of course, have the Canada Dental Care Program. 27,055 people in my riding alone are using the Canada Dental Care Program. And the numbers are very telling. These programs are truly meeting people's needs on the ground. And there are even more Canadians who are eligible and who can use the program. Now, some may say that this action doesn't go far enough, but food banks, community organizations, and frontline experts have clearly called for direct support for foodstuffs and essentials. C-19 answers that call. This measure, with the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit, will offer households a safety net, a financial safety net, and these measures were all developed by hearing people's needs. This is not a short-term measure. This is part of a broader vision of economic resiliency with support directly for households. We're also investing in food processing. We're strengthening our food supply chains, and we're also supporting agricultural producers.
These investments are essential to stabilizing prices in the long term and reducing our vulnerability to global shocks. Bill C-19 is an additional tool to give people the support they deserve. This bill asks this House a simple question. Are we ready to provide concrete support for Canadians in need? Are we prepared to take tangible action to improve affordability? And for us, the answer is clear. Yes, we have to take action. We must support families, seniors, workers, and vulnerable people. And that's why I invite all parliamentarians to support Bill C-19. not for partisan reasons, but out of a sense of responsibility, solidarity, and social justice. Because at the end of the day, making questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his speech. Now, the cost of groceries continues to rise quite rapidly. When you go to the grocery store, it's almost quite alarming at how expensive just one simple bag of groceries is. And Conservatives certainly support the concept of helping people to be able to buy those groceries. However, this bill does not actually lower the cost of groceries. What it does is they're borrowing money to give to Canadians to help them buy groceries. We know that with the way that the benefit works out, it's basically going to work out to an additional $10 a week for Canadians. And we know that $10 doesn't buy you much of anything at the grocery stores these days. But the member not agree that actually trying to lower the cost and the price of groceries would be a better idea than borrowing money to give to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As you know, in life, we can control what we can control. And to do so, we're putting money back in the pockets of Canadians, and that's what we're doing in the easiest and fastest way. And we're trusting Canadians to be able to use this money where they need it. I heard the other night at economists calling into question some things, and what I said to them is that people aren't concerned about whether they're going to receive the money on a quarterly basis. They're just concerned about whether they're going to get it at all because they need it. They've told us they need this money, and this is in addition to programs we already have established for dental care and program to help our seniors. So we're adding power to our citizens. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. Obviously, the Bloc strongly supports this measure. It makes a difference to those who need this assistance. A question for my colleague first. Why will this measure that will cost almost $12 billion over 6 years, why is the government did not think about this, add this to our budget that they just produced 3 months ago to give us a clear picture of our finances and where we're heading? Why did they not think about it earlier? And second, with the answer he just gave, yes, people are thankful that they're receiving more money, but if they did so every month, it would be a big difference because those who need these funds to buy their groceries, and if they have to do so every 3 months, they add up the expenses on their credit cards, and then they have to pay interest. So why do they not pay this on a monthly basis? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As you know, I'm very happy to hear that there is no partisanship here, that they're going to vote for people and Canadians. For a second question, whether it's quarterly or not, that it'll be paid, as I said earlier. Unfortunately, sometimes we have people who are deconnected. Well, I had children and government benefits were quarterly. I never heard my wife said, well, how come it's quarterly? What we did have was predictability. We were able to budget for these funds, and whether if it was every 3 months or every month, it didn't change anything. What was important and what's important here in this debate is to ensure that people, that's what people have asked me for, and that's what C-19 done. They want money in their pockets, and that's what's important, not whether it's quarterly or monthly. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Tips-Kamank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very impressed by the way my colleague is defending the interests of those in his riding of Beauport-Limoilou. I was wondering if he could just describe a bit more what the main recommendation of the Food Bank of Canada was. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. Yes, the recommendations were clear. I see this in my writing recently, even for dental care. I went to check. I have 27,000 people who have signed up for dental care, and we know that there's still just as many who still have to sign up. It's a real need, and it's the same thing for food banks. I went to the Centraide nearby my office, and people were there. They have needs, and the United Way needs volunteers. It needs us. It needs funding. So, of course, that's where we're going to help them with C19. We'll be able to directly help our food banks to feed people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Beauport-Limoilou for sharing his time with me. It's my pleasure to take part in this debate today on Bill C-19, the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit Act. As we all know, advanced economies around the world are facing complex economic challenges, and Canada is no different. Rising protectionism in the form of tariffs, supply chain disruptions, and climate change are all posing significant challenges to the Canadian economy, and Canadians are feeling the impact in their daily lives. In response, our new government is moving Canada's economy from reliance to resilience. But we understand that some of the biggest long-term payoffs in this transformation will take time to be felt. To ensure Canadians have the support they need right now, we have introduced a series of new measures to limit pressures on costs, including making groceries and other essentials more affordable. Mr. Speaker, the bill that I'm here to talk about today will help more than 12 million low and modest income Canadians afford day-to-day essentials. The support would be indexed to inflation and build on the goods and services tax credit to provide $11.7 billion in additional financial assistance over 6 years. To help address affordability challenges, the benefit will provide a one-time top-up payment equal to a 50% increase in the annual 2025-26 value of the GST credit. This support will be paid out as early as possible this spring. It will deliver $3.1 billion in immediate assistance to individuals and families who are already getting the GST credit. There's more, Mr. Speaker. In addition, the value of the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit will increase by 25% for 5 years, starting in July 2026. This expansion will deliver another $8.6 billion in support over the 2026-27 and 2030-31 period, and will ensure the benefit goes to 500,000 new individuals and families. Taken together, these measures will provide up to an additional $402 to a single individual without children, $527 to a couple, and $805 to a couple with 2 children. At these levels, our government will be offsetting grocery cost increases beyond overall inflation since the pandemic. Let me provide you with a couple of examples of what this assistance would look like. A single senior with $25,000 in net income would receive a one-time top-up of $267 plus a longer-term increase of $136 for the 2026-27 benefit year for a total increase of $402. In total, this senior would receive $950 for the 2026-27 benefit year, including the top-up. A couple with 2 children with $40,000 in net income would receive a one-time top-up of $533 plus an increase of $272 for the 2026-27 benefit year for a total increase of $805. In total, they would receive $1,890 for the 2026-27 benefit year, including the top-up. After the one-time payment is made in the spring of 2026, eligible families and individuals would receive the enriched regular payments under the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit as of July 2026. The benefit payments will arrive quarterly to ensure families can use the funds to help with their day-to-day expenses. To simplify this benefit for Canadians, Recipients would not need to apply for the additional payments, but would be required to file their 2024 tax return to be able to receive the top-up. Recipients would need to file their 2025 tax return to receive the increased Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit payments as of July 2026. As you know, this benefit is one example of the many ways we are supporting Canadians during these unprecedented times. It will be in addition to existing benefits such as the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Disability Benefit, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement that are already providing relief to millions of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to limiting pressure on everyday costs for Canadians. Budget 2025 outlined how we will spend less on government operations and cut waste so we can invest more in growing our economy and protecting essential programs and initiatives that make life more affordable. With programs and initiatives like the National School Food Program that we're making permanent so that it can continue providing meals for up to 400,000 children every year, renewing the Canada Strong Pass to help families and young people travel and explore Canada for less, and launching automated federal benefits that will reach up to 5.5 million low-income Canadians for the 2028 tax year. Bill C-19 also builds on measures we have introduced to lower costs for Canadians and protect essential programs like cutting taxes for 22 million middle-class Canadians, eliminating the GST for first-time homebuyers on new homes under $1 million, and lowering the GST for first-time homebuyers on new homes between $1 million and $1.5 million, and canceling the federal consumer carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, affordability measures, especially those related to food, require immediate support for Canadians. As previously mentioned, it is estimated that 12.6 million individuals and families would benefit from the new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit, representing a material support to Canadians who need it the most. While the government's plan to build the strongest economy in the G7 takes effect. Our government is focused on building a stronger economy to create more career opportunities and higher wages. In parallel, we are bringing limiting cost pressures to make life more affordable. That's how we'll empower more Canadians with greater certainty, security, and prosperity now and into the future. Mr. Speaker, I urge all honourable members to pass this Bill C-19 without delay so that we can ensure Canadians get this much-needed relief as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for that speech. And, you know, they say they're trying to help Canadians that need assistance because of the crisis that they've created in this country with affordability. We know that food, the cost of food and groceries has increased exponentially, and that it's creating a real hardship for many Canadian families. But does this member not realize that there's a much simpler way to address the problem than just another social program? And that the problem really could be resolved quite easily if they would be committed to eliminating the industrial carbon tax, the fuel standard tax, and the front of package labeling tax that is costing manufacturers a lot of money and being passed on to the consumer.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. I wouldn't agree with the causes of the high price for food that he mentioned. I think it's more realistic to understand that the high prices for food at this time are due more to tariffs, to climate change and things like that. But this program is not intended to be a magic bullet that will solve all the problems. This is a program that will help people to weather the storm, if you will, while there are other major undertakings take root and prosper.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. Obviously, we support these measures, which are targeting people who have the most needs. First, how come this is not a monthly payment? I'm just removing my colleague's earpiece, which is causing interference. Well, people will receive this payment quarterly, but they'll be racking up interest with their credit cards. If they receive the benefit monthly, they wouldn't have to use their credit cards. What does my colleague think of this? And also, just a few months ago, the Liberals released a budget. How come they did not include this several billion-dollar measure in this budget to have an overall vision? We're talking about a deficit of several billion in addition to this additional spending. How come they did not include this in the budget? Thank you.
For Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
I will refer to my predecessor who answered the question about whether payments are monthly or quarterly. I think it's a practical matter of getting things out in an efficient and effective manner. In terms of the overall budget, I mean, the budget that we presented before Christmas, I think still has to be passed. It still has to go through all the steps it needs to. This is faster. Allows us to deal with some of the intermediate problems that we're going to face over the coming months in a much quicker way.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Mr. President, I really appreciate how my colleague from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, he outlined all the measures that this government has encouraged to make life more affordable for Canadians. And I'm very interested in knowing how the citizens in his riding are responding to these measures. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Well, I would like to thank the member for that question. Of course, I believe that my constituents are very happy with the results that we're producing. I've heard very, very solid and promising comments from people, and they're very excited to see the outcome of the budget when that happens, but certainly for the interim to see measures like this take effect.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the member opposite did a very good job of giving scenarios of who would get this credit. What wasn't mentioned, though, that only 30% of the population will actually be supported with this, less than 30%. That being said, the government has looked to us for support, the opposition, to pass this, which we will. My question, though, is why was the same collaboration not extended to us, the opposition, when we want to address the root cause of grocery prices, which will support 100% of Canadians by actually reducing grocery prices?
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Well, I would thank the member as well for that question. I would say that we're always open to collaboration with the opposition benches. We're looking for solutions for Canadians and moving things together forward in a coherent and efficient manner.
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at a time of adjournment is as follows. The member for Riding Mountain Finance. Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Thank you. I'd like to seek unanimous consent at this time to share my time with the member from Edmonton Southeast.
Do we have agreement to split the member's time? Yes, we do. That time will be split.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin today not with statistics. I want to begin with the lived experiences of people from my riding, Haldimand Norfolk, and also from the residents of Canada. A constituent recently told me about standing in the checkout line at the grocery store and slowly watching the price climb and climb and climb, and knowing how much money she had in her bank account, she slowly started to put items back just to save embarrassment. And the items that she was putting back, they weren't treats for the family. They weren't luxury items that were in her basket. They were basic food items that she needed for sustenance. Another family shared that they stopped buying meat regularly, that they eat chicken occasionally, and that beef has become rare in their household of 4. The change in the diet is not one that has come by choice, it's one that they've had to adopt out of necessity. Another single dad told me something that no parent should have to share, that he said, and I quote, "I eat less so that there's enough food for my kids to eat." Mr. Speaker, when parents are skipping meals so that their children don't go hungry, something in our country is deeply wrong. This is not just about budgeting. It's not about families budgeting better. It's not about lifestyle choices. It's about dignity. A father called my office last week to tell his story, and he was in tears. He told us that he had a good job, he had a good income, but for the first time, his wife had to go to the food bank, and the sense of shame that he felt that he could no longer fully be able to provide for his family brought him to tears and brought him to call my office to share the story. Canadians are struggling to understand why life has become so unaffordable so quickly. Canadians were promised a dream that if they worked hard, they could earn a good living and at least be able to afford the basic necessities like food. So they worked, and they planned, and they sacrificed, and they budgeted carefully. And still, they're falling behind. When groceries become a breaking point, we are no longer talking about affordability. We're talking about survival. The government has presented Bill C-19 as a solution to the affordability measure. However, C-19 sends money after the prices of groceries have already risen. It does nothing to lower grocery prices. It does not reduce the price of producing food. It does not reduce the price of transporting food. It does not increase competition, which would lead to lower grocery prices. It merely treats affordability as a household income problem, not a cost of living problem. The government falsely concludes that by spending a few dollars on Canadians through a rebate, the cost of living problem that has been caused by inflationary spending and unnecessary fuel tax and industrial carbon tax will be resolved by these rebate checks. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are smart. They know that this is not going to solve the problem. They know that a rebate does not make chicken cheaper. A benefit does not lower the cost of bread. A top-up does not reduce the cost of the fuel cost that's embedded in every item at the grocery store on the shelf. People tell me plainly when they call my office, the money is gone before the month is even over. Families are left asking, why is food still expensive if the government promised to make food more affordable? That question matters because if it goes unanswered, it erodes public trust. The solution to food insecurity is to bring down the cost of food, plain and simple. The solution is to make food that we need for our daily survival more affordable. Being able to afford food is a human dignity. Let's speak honestly for a moment about what food insecurity does to the average person. It creates stress, it creates anxiety, it creates shame. Knowing that you're struggling to feed yourself and your family members is something like that gentleman who called my office can bring a person to tears. Parents don't talk openly about skipping meals, they hide it. Children feel the stress of survival when there's not enough food to go around. Even when parents are hiding it from them, the children know that there's something happening in the household. Meals get smaller, choices get narrower, nutrition suffers, and this is not just an economic issue. It's a public health issue also, a mental health issue, a social cohesion issue. No rebate can undo the damage that's caused by someone's dignity when they can't afford to feed themselves and their family. If we're serious about food affordability crisis, we must be honest about the causes. Food prices are driven by energy and fuel costs that have excess taxation, like the fuel standards tax and the industrial carbon tax. They're driven by transportation costs and taxes on the industry, and also by regulatory burdens. They're driven by carbon charges embedded throughout the supply chain, and also by weak domestic food processing capacity. Every one of these costs show up on the shelf and makes food more expensive. And yet, Bill C-19 removes none of these causes. One of the quiet injustices of the approach that gives Canadians a food rebate, almost like giving them a food stamp, is that many struggling families get left out. Working families who are struggling often get nothing. Families who aren't well off but earn just above the eligibility requirement receive no benefit. There are hardworking families and individuals who are doing everything right, but yet still they're falling between the cracks. Canadians don't want handouts. For those Canadians seeking real affordability, a government rebate won't help them do better and be able to afford food. But permanently lowering food prices will have an immediate impact. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I will end the same way I began. We have a food affordability crisis. Parents are skipping meals. Families are cutting protein out of their diets. And Canadians are quietly putting food back on the shelves at the grocery stores. Canadians need relief that lasts. They want back their dignity, and they don't want their survival to be based on government subsidies. They want to live with dignity in a country that they love. Canadians need better than rebates. They need lower prices, honest policy, and solutions that address causes, not just a Band-Aid solution or a temporary check that robs them of their dignity.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her comments. It does sound like she supports this measure, and she's going to support it because this is what Canadians want in this moment. Why would we spend more time discussing a bill that we know we're going to support because Canadians need it right now? She just talked about the many people in her riding who, even families who don't even qualify for this measure, because she understands the environment in which people are in right now. Why wait instead of just voting for this bill so that it can move fast? Why would our Conservatives so stuck on obstructing?
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We spend time on things that are important to Canadians. We spend time on explaining how things that impact their daily lives and their survival will play out so that they can understand, because they pay our salaries. So it's very, very important that we have a debate on real substantive issues, not just Band-Aid issues. When people are going to food banks in hundreds of thousands, when people's dignity are lost, it's important that we spend the time to get it right.
Questions et commentaires. L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. I'd like to thank the member for her speech. I have two questions. First of all, the government has a measure here that we support. It will make a real difference, but it costs a lot. Why wasn't it included in the budget, which was tabled a few months ago? That way we could have an overall financial plan. Given that there was already a $78 billion deficit with $3.1 billion in addition for this year and $12 billion over 5 years. So why, in her opinion, did the government not include this? And secondly, as she discussed at the beginning of her speech, why were these payments not made monthly so that people can have more liquidity rather than taking on debt over a longer period and having to pay interest? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
These are very good questions, and that's why we're here discussing this issue. The Honourable Member asked a question, why weren't these payments made monthly? I can tell you that people call my office daily telling us that at the end of the month, they don't have enough for food. A rebate is not going to do it. A rebate is not going to be the solution. And yes, it should have been something that was contemplated in the budget because affordability measures are so important. And this should have been something that was contemplated. For example, the industrial carbon tax is something that could easily fix the food affordability crisis if it is just removed as we've asked for as Conservatives.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to our honourable colleague, it's interesting because the Liberals always stand up and say that we're obstructing. The Conservatives are obstructing. I'll remind our colleagues as they heckle me that this House doesn't belong to them. It belongs to the constituents of the 343 members of Parliament that voted them to be their voices in this House. And so regardless of what they want to say, we will ask the questions that we need to do. We'll do the due diligence. So through you, Mr. Speaker, to our honourable colleague, I know I'm hearing it on the ground in Caribou, Prince George, that this results, this is essentially just a coupon. And the cost of groceries have gone through the roof. They are blind to the fact they live in whatever fairy tale land that they live in, but it is impacting our constituents immeasurably. So to you, through the Speaker, to our honourable colleague, what are some of the things that your constituents are saying and hearing on the doorsteps when you're back in your riding of Haldimand Norfolk?
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
I thank the honourable member. My constituents find that when we have an authentic, genuine question that we are debating, and members refer to it as obstructing, the constituents are offended by the fact that we're not taking their concerns seriously. I have had people and grown men on the phone in tears because they cannot feed their family. This is not an obstructionist issue. We got to get it right. We have to be there for Canadians. They're depending on us. And this is a basic human right, a basic human dignity for you to be able to feed your family and feed yourselves. We have to make sure that we spend the time and get this issue right.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speakers, Canadians do not measure government success by press conferences, talking points, or rebranded programs. They measure success by what they see when they stand at the checkout line in their local grocery store. In Edmonton Southeast, families tell me the same thing again and again. We used to worry about what we wanted to buy. Now, we worry about what we can afford. Parents are putting fewer fresh items in their carts. Seniors on fixed incomes are stretching meals. Young people are skipping groceries to pay rents. Students are skipping meals altogether. These are not isolated stories. They are the realities of life under this Liberal government. The Prime Minister himself said he should be judged by the cost of the groceries. By that standard, Mr. Speaker, the government has failed. Today, we are debating Bill C-19, the so-called Canadian Groceries and Essentials Benefit Act. The Liberals are presenting this bill as a solution to the cost of living crisis. In reality, it is a temporary rebate meant to cover up a permanent problem created by this government. Let's be clear about what Bill C-19 does. It expands the GST credit by 25% over the next 5 years and adds a one-time 50% top-up this June. Conservatives support reliefs for families who are struggling, but this House should not be pretending that mailing another check solves the root cause of why groceries have been so expensive in the first place. Justin Trudeau introduced a nearly identical policy in 2022, doubling the same tax credit. At the time, the Liberals promised it would help affordability. It did not. And we know it didn't because since 2022, this inflationary crisis has not stopped. Grocery prices kept climbing, families kept falling behind. And here we are again with the same failed Liberal idea, rebranded under new Liberal Prime Minister.
That's right.
The problem is not that Canadians do not have enough rebates. The problem is that this Liberal government has driven food inflation out of control. Canada is now the food inflation capital of the G7.
Wow.
Food prices are rising faster here than in any other major advanced economy. Food inflation is now roughly twice as high as it is in the United States. Under this government, food costs are up 6.2% year over year. Grocery prices are up 5%. Restaurant prices are up 8.5%. Mr. Speaker, this is not an abstract number. Canadians see it aisle by aisle, item by item, every time they shop. A GST rebate does not cancel out a 21% increase in ground beef, or worse, a 40% increase in coffee. It does not make infant formula more affordable for parents who are already stretched to the limit. This government's approach is simple. Raise the cost with one hand, then offer rebates with the other and pretend it's helping. Every dollar the Prime Minister and this Liberal government spends comes from Canadian pockets, and Canadians are feeling it. The Prime Minister admitted when he announced this legislation that he does not have a solution to stop food inflation. That should alarm everyone. Food inflation is not an accident. It is a direct result of the Liberal policies, massive deficits, reckless spending, and hidden taxes that drive up the cost of producing, transporting, and selling food.
That's right.
This government is running a $78 billion deficit. Government spending has increased by roughly $90 billion. These inflationary deficits drive up the cost of everything, and yes, including groceries. On top of that, the Liberals have layered tax after tax onto farmers, truckers, and food processors. The industrial carbon tax raises cost for food producers. The fuel standard tax adds about 17 cents per liter to the gas, driving up the transportation cost. The Liberal food packaging tax increases cost at every step of the supply chain. Farmers pay more to grow food. Truckers pay more to ship it. Grocery stores pay more to keep their shelves stocked. And in the end, Canadian families pay more at the checkout. The government claims to be helping Canadians, but its own policies are making food more expensive. And the consequences are severe. A quarter of Canadian households are now considered food insecure. Nearly 2.2 million people visited food banks every month last year. A recent food survey found that almost 30% of the students are skipping meals because they cannot afford to eat. According to MNP, an accounting firm, 71% of the Canadians expect their cost of living to rise in 2026. 41% of the Canadians say that they are $200 or less away from bankruptcy. Mr. Speaker, this is not a functioning economy. This is a cost of living crisis. And this crisis is not just hurting families, it is hurting small businesses and local restaurants. Last year alone, 7,000 restaurants closed across Canada.
Wow.
This year, another 4,000 are expected to shut their doors. These are family-run businesses. These are jobs in our communities. These are places where neighbors gather. They are disappearing because no one can afford to eat out, and because operating costs have become unbearable under Liberal policies. In Edmonton Southeast, local business owners tell me they want to keep the prices affordable, but they cannot keep up with the rising rent, rising fuel cost, rising taxes, and rising food prices. The Liberals' answer is yet another rebate. Conservative believes Canadians deserve real solutions. We support measures that bring immediate relief, including the GST rebate announced in Bill C-19. But relief alone is not enough. We must fix the policies that caused this crisis. Conservatives have put forward clear, concrete proposals, and the Liberals have voted them down. We would scrap the Liberal food packaging tax, eliminate the industrial carbon tax, and the fuel standard tax that adds 17 cents per liter at the pump. Reverse inflationary deficit that drives up the prices across the country. We would cut red tape on farmers so that they can grow more food at lower cost. Boost competition in grocery sector so Canadians can get better prices. We would lower the cost of growing, transporting, selling food, not subsidize the damage after the fact. In short, Conservatives would lower prices permanently, not temporarily send checks while inflation keeps rising. Instead, all Canadians are getting from Liberals are temporary band-aid solutions. While Conservatives will support this bill itself is not enough, and we will continue to fight against Liberal inflationary policies and work for the Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Guelph is home of the Ontario Agricultural College, the Ontario Vet College. University of Guelph is Canada's food university. We're the home to Farm and Food Care Ontario, the OFA, Ontario Pork, Ontario Beef, Grain Farmers of Ontario. We're the home of Cargill and Maple Leaf, with whom I met earlier this week. We know food in Guelph, Mr. Speaker. And so my comment is I'm perplexed that the members opposite have voted against the productivity super deduction in Budget 2025 that allows food processors to immediately deduct new equipment or new buildings. They voted against investments in infrastructure in our ports and rails, all things that improve our supply chain. So I would invite them to support trade expansion and all the members that really help improve our supply chain and drive down food prices.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South East.
Mr. Speaker, I did not hear a question in members' comments. So my answer to the comments are that we as Conservatives believe in real solutions. We do not believe in bandages that Liberals are master of putting when they are out of touch with the real challenges that people face. And when they face those challenges at the door, they come up with rebates and they come up with other bandages to cover up the situation. This is not going to work. They have to listen to the Canadians. They have to listen to their problems. I wish the member would go to her local grocery store and check out the prices and draw a comparison from last 5 years, and she would get the answer.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. Here's my question. When the government implements measures like this one to lighten people's tax load, does my colleague prefer that it be targeted toward those who have a lower income? Or would he feel that it would be better for it to help everyone, such as what is done in C5 and in the budget, lowering the tax rate? How does my colleague feel about the fact that this bill was not part of the fall budget?
Southeast.
Thank you to my colleague for his question. That's a very valid question that he has asked. This bill, as far as I understand, is only going to cover less than 30% of the Canadians who are really struggling. Even some of the families are not even covered under those, the conditions that they put. And on top of that, it's going to cost a deficit of additional $12 billion. And nobody knows where that money is going to come from. Is that money is going to be reprinted like Justin Trudeau, or is there any plan B for the government? In regards to the second part of my friend's question, that why this was not added to the budget, the Liberals are in a better position to tell why would they not disclose their intentions at that time. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Port for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, last night I was out with the member for Winnipeg North at Carleton University. We were debating in front of some students at a great event. I know many members probably watched it on the live stream while it was happening. But during that debate, my colleague across the way was so eager to tell the students about how many programs the government has put in place. And yet, what the students reported to us in conversations before, after, and during that debate is that they are struggling with the affordability of food, as well as rent, as well as having concerns about job opportunities. And you know, it's striking that what Liberals are offering is, we've got all these new programs, but the reality on the ground is that in the midst of that, food prices, the real pain students are experiencing, continues to go up. Mr. Speaker, what does the member think about the failure of the Liberals to actually solve the problem?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South East.
I want to thank my Conservative colleague for his genuine question. That is the core issue. They are away from reality. They are out of touch with the real issues Canadians are facing. Rather, they come up with rebates and come up with other bandages that their predecessors has already tried and failed. But they still have not learned lesson, and they wanted to keep on repeating those mistakes. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek consent to share my time with the member for Côte-Nord, Kawawashikamash, Nitassinan. Does the member have unanimous consent of the House to share his time? Yes? The time will be shared. The member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been following debate. There are strong emotions, Liberals and Conservatives shouting across the way. But this surprises me because this motion is unanimous. It passed at first reading. It went to committee, second reading, third reading. Now, there can be legitimate criticism of the government about supply chains, about taxes. And I agree with some of that criticism, but when it comes to this bill, I thought we had all agreed that we needed to help people in the short term. Now, there are two aspects to this. First, we're going to increase the quarterly GST check by 50% for the first year, and then by 25% for 5 years. And then there is the one-time check, because given that grocery costs have increased, a check will be sent to people in June. So this may not be the ideal way to go about this. I would like this to be made permanent. I'd like there to be a permanent increase to the GST credit. This is what I told the minister. I'm an idealist. I'm not cynical. I believe in human virtue. And I said to the minister, Minister, one-time payments, before the 2021 election, there was a $500 one-time payment to seniors, then the carbon tax rebates. So I asked whether this was an electoral measure. The minister told me it was not, and I hope we can believe the minister. I am taking a chance here, going out on a limb and trusting a Liberal. Mr. Speaker, you can tell me if I'm wrong in doing so, but it's the beginning of a new year, and we are here in good faith, we, the Bloc Québécois. Now, the member for Joliette-Manawan said many times that we asked the minister why this payment isn't monthly, because according to economic theory, that would be the good thing to do. GST rebate checks have increased, and people buy groceries every week. The member for Beauport-Limoilou, who was very emotional, saying what people want is money. It's important that they get money, and that the timing of the money wasn't so important after all. But how is it that we pay the GIS monthly? All of the benefits that we pay to Canadians who have the least money in their pockets and who need it the most are paid monthly. So now the benefit has a new name. and it's being boosted, but why isn't it being paid monthly? Well, we're told, well, that would be too expensive to administer. But we're also happy because our government is accomplishing automatic benefit payments. The member for Beauport-Limoilou keeps insisting on his position. He keeps saying people need money. Yes, people will get money. That's good. But the timing is important. We feel that it warrants further consideration. But the member says, oh, your party, you don't actually suggest anything. You're just complaining. No, we say that this is positive. But we want the timing looked into. And he says, oh, the timing doesn't matter. People just want money. They need to see some money. When I was young, my Dad would tell me to fix my attitude. He would say, you have a bad attitude. But now, there's unanimity on this, but he's still attacking us and shouting. Well, I suggest that he fix his attitude. And that's coming from my father, a great guy, Mr. Speaker, my father. Now, let's also talk about seniors. We have been, for years, calling for an end to the two categories of seniors. There are seniors 65 to 74, then 75 up, but OAS payments are different for these two groups. For a long time, the minister has been telling us that it would just be too expensive, that they can't find the money, that the whole country would be bankrupt if they were to do so. No, it's a political choice that the minister is making in not helping seniors and not putting an end to this discrimination against younger seniors. Then all of a sudden, they have $4.1 billion that they've found for the one-time payment, and for this measure, the minister is demonstrating that no longer ending this discrimination, or not ending to, is a deliberate political choice. It's all very clear now. It's a political choice not to help younger seniors. The minister was not answering questions today. He was just attacking the Conservatives, and he was very harsh against the Conservative colleague who asked the minister. The minister said, the Conservative member said, there's one province. Do you feel that two parents earning a minimum wage with two children receiving family benefits, will they be eligible for your check? And the minister was looking through his notes and didn't answer, but the answer is no. So we agree with this measure, but we need to really look into the details to see how we can improve it. I have some colleagues in academia and some colleagues here with academic backgrounds, and they were asking questions. But then we were attacked. They said, you don't suggest anything. You're not actually making any real suggestions. The minister told our party, that we did not care about the long term, that we're only looking at the short term. So last night in committee, I asked him, I said, when you were Minister of Industry, you promised us that you would attract foreign grocery chains here to Canada because we only have 5 big grocers in Canada. And he answered, he told me, the problem in Canada is that we have deals with shopping centers. The minister thinks there's an oligopoly in the grocery sector because we don't have enough malls. The government, they don't want to buy any buildings, but they say that the problem is that we don't have enough malls. And then they go to the States and can't attract any grocers because they don't like our shopping malls. And I said, what can you do today? What's one measure that you could implement to improve competition, increase competition in the retail food sector? Just one thing. Not only did he not answer, but he told us that we were not looking at the long term. If there's one thing we care about in the long term, and we care about many things, we care about competition. So I really hounded him about it. I kept insisting, and the minister finally answered. He hesitated for a few seconds, and then he said, well, I will ask the Competition Bureau to be more vigilant. The Finance Minister of Canada told us that we in the opposition do nothing but complain and that we don't care about the long term. In 1984, I was 2 years old, back when the member for Nicolet Bécancour-Sorel was first elected. There were 13 grocery chains in Canada. Now there are only 5, including Walmart and Costco. Especially, there are Canadians who have transportation challenges, maybe who don't drive. They don't have access to all kinds of options. The minister tells us that we're not thinking about the long term. Of course we are. We want to help people. It's urgent. But what we're really lacking is vision. This government lacks long-term vision. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. I'm happy to hear my colleague talking about how important the long term is, and I'm happy to hear that he will be supporting us in the short term to help people who need it. Now, in the long term, climate change has an impact on food prices. Yet, on December 3rd, when we voted on whether to implement a national drought forecasting strategy, the member and his Bloc Québécois colleagues voted against it. Yesterday, it was said that that measure would have meddled with provincial jurisdiction, but the member and Bloc members did not support that. But in 2024, they did support it. Don't they know that drought forecasting can have an impact on food prices? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. That was the bill of the member for Terrebonne, and it did not amend any sections of any acts. We were calling for Ottawa to do the same thing it's already doing. In my riding, there's a town called Sainte-Marthe-sur-the-Lac. There was a lot of flooding there. When one really cares about climate change, well, the first step is you don't buy pipelines. You tax carbon. There's a scientific consensus about this. The colleague will soon be defending his PhD thesis. It's called Scientific Consensus. So let's not engage in this type of partisanship. Basically, if they care about the environment, they shouldn't buy any pipelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night at the Finance Committee, this member put some very good questions to the Finance Minister, and his responses were shameful. The way he didn't answer really any opposition MP questions during his entire hour appearance. It was a shameful display from a minister unwilling to answer questions and explain his bill to Canadians. So I want the member to have a chance again to talk about grocery, the commitment the minister made that he would bring stability to groceries. He said that in 2023, nothing has happened, and he was asked pointed questions about competition, which he failed to answer.
Honourable Member for Mirabel. No one can do the impossible. We can't ask the minister to move mountains. He has a strange tendency to create expectations that are impossible to fill. And yesterday, the Conservatives were asking him questions at committee, and they said he said in a nonpartisan fashion. Sometimes tensions rise at committees, but sometimes ministers also seek this tension. They're trying to just waste time. And people get frustrated. There's a denial of democracy, and sometimes we feel like we're losing our parliamentary privilege to ask questions. And in a climate like that, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we do see unnecessary tension. And I think that, just aside from the fact that I don't think all of these questions were not good from the Conservatives yesterday, but I think that the Finance Minister yesterday did not serve democracy at all times yesterday. Even though I have a great amount of esteem for him, he could do better. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague for his eloquent speech, and he broached several topics with respect to this bill, and I'd like to hear what he has to say about a few points. First, he reminded everyone of the fact that there's an oligopoly of grocery stores, and the number of stores has reduced in recent years. And how come this is putting pressure on price inflation? And also, this has, the GST rebate increase. This is something Bloc has suggested on several times. And how come they did not include this in the budget? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Mirabel. Very quickly, in the midst of an inflation crisis, and the Bloc made a request in the past to increase the frequency of the rebate, and then the minister said at that time it was inappropriate. And now, for some reason, it has become appropriate, and the minister accepted what was obvious, but the finance minister said he reformed the competition in this sector, but there is a serious competition in this sector and in the entire supply chain. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Cowichan-Camach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to speak today after my colleague from Mirabel. His speech, mine will be different from his. I'll be in a different vein. My speech will be more focused on my riding. My colleague mentioned the fact that this measure, that it's a measure. It's one of many ways that the government can help the population, and it looks a lot like a marketing operation on behalf of the government that loves to say that it's going to help 12 million Canadians and Quebecers. Nevertheless, for years now, we've been repeating that people are having a hard time making ends meet, and they're having a hard time paying for groceries, whether it's in Canada or Quebec. This leads to different results depending on the area. The regions don't all have the same wealth. Families don't all have the same income or salaries, and they don't all live in large cities. Like my colleague was talking about Costco, for example, or Walmart. But if you're in a riding like mine, sometimes you don't even have a grocery store that's within a 3-hour drive. So you can do the math, Mr. Speaker, how expensive this can be for people like in ridings like mine. There are several components that have made a big difference in my riding. In terms of the cost of living, there's the whole issue of groceries. And with a GST rebate increase, as we said earlier, well, not everyone will have access to it. Many people won't get it right away. They might have to wait 3 weeks. But when you need money and you want to eat, you need money right away. And you need to know what you're eligible for so you can get through these tough times, because during the election campaign, I know that was more than 10 months ago, but it shows how they're able to take action quickly to solve some situations rather than just doing a marketing issue like this one, operation like this one. Of course, we agree that Canadians and Quebecers want more money in their pockets, but we could help people in a different way. My colleague mentioned the question of seniors. They are, of course, in a precarious situation. There's still the situation of discrimination with the government, and the government doesn't want to correct this issue and this discrimination. This would be important. And in terms of tax measures and modifications to allow seniors to work, a lot of them want to work, but they can't, because any gains they make in helping out in the labor force, they can't, because they lose money Well, that's an example for seniors, and I'm in a riding where there's a lot of seniors who are in precarious situations, and they're facing big challenges. And ridings like mine that are rural, or where you have to drive several hundred kilometers to receive services, they can't go to big centers. And in terms of EI, I said this, we need reform. Once again, the government has boasted about this reform, but we've been waiting for 10 years, and now it's the 11th years. And every one of their platforms, they say they're going to reform EI. Doesn't make sense. Maybe for some people, EI is different, but in a riding like mine, where a lot of people who have seasonal work, they need this reform. They were preventing people to live in these regions, to occupy their territory at a time when we're talking about sovereignty and national security. We are preventing people from living in these regions, and they have to move out of rural communities like mine. And that's one way they do this. It kills industry such as fishing. It also hinders tourism and also the forestry industry as well, because these are dynamic sectors, but it's hard to tackle. We'll go back to forestry later, but there are needs. Of course, we want to keep things domestically and work on transformation here. People want to work. But in Basse-Côte-Nord, for example, there aren't even any roads to link people. And you have fishers with processing plants. It's hard to talk about developing when you're just in constant survival mode. The cost of food is obviously not the same there as it is in Montreal or some other regions. So there are enormous challenges, and people don't have money to develop. They just need a really big hand. And also in terms of forestry, same thing. In my region, there are some regions such as Arbec, Domtar, or Baie-Comeau, or we've lost hundreds of jobs, direct jobs. And the government tells them, we won't help you at all. They don't have any money left in their pockets. And perhaps they'll have to leave the region. Some people have had to resign, or they're facing this sector, the forestry sector. Also, same things happen elsewhere. And it doesn't help people to put food on the table. There's a lack of measures, and we can't stimulate the economy. We can't even keep what we had for people who are already fragile. So once again, for example, how come we don't have a program to simply keep temporary jobs until we solve the issue of tariffs with the U.S., also CUSMA? We are very fragile. And I talked about EI reform, seniors, forestry. I would also add foreign temporary workers. It may be strange to hear, but in my region, the measures announced by the government in 2024, well, it's not through a GST rebate that will really help, because the TFW program really helped companies develop. And right now in some sectors, these companies can't survive. They have to reduce their production or shut their doors. And we asked something very simple. They often say the Bloc just criticizes. No, we've made proposals. We said, please try to get organized. Could we have discussions to see what could be done to help these people who are already well established in our regions? And my writing, what the message we're sending them is fishery is bad, fishing is bad, forestry is bad, and people in my writing, well, we're not doing anything for them. We could have tax credits for young people as well to help them, because we didn't talk about housing, but this is what you have to spend on groceries. You can't spend on housing either, so these problems are connected. I could also add Nutrition North. In some sectors, we're forgetting Indigenous communities, northern regions like mine that are remote. Prices are already very high for food, and this won't be solved. Perhaps in more urban centers, or in some cases it might be, but in my region, in the north, Indigenous communities, things already cost a great deal, and prices continue to rise for them as well. So programs that should be reviewed as well. Once again, this GST rebate can't solve this situation. It's just a marketing ploy. And I talked about the whole issue of Indigenous communities. I am the spokesperson for this, and often these communities are forgotten, often because food safety affects them as well. So, of course, I would like us to take action. It affects them. It has been for quite some time. It's nothing new, like housing. It's not a new issue for them either. So, of course, we support measures like this one. The government could do much better. We see they're increasing their deficit by $3 billion. It could be $12 billion just to have a nice headline, even though people have very basic needs for housing, groceries. This is essential. But now the Bloc is making proposals to allow for progress. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I have a great deal of esteem for her, and I know she works hard for people in her riding. I am somewhat surprised to hear her say that we're not doing anything in terms of affordability, even though her party continues to block measures that the government is taking to make life more affordable for Canadians. The grocery benefit, well, she calls it a marketing ploy. Well, she is pushing aside all of the other measures, including investment in the agri-food sector. I'm happy to hear that they'll support this measure, but the big issue is to know whether they're going to support, through you, Madam Speaker, of course, for my colleague, is whether they'll support the Budget Implementation Act, which will really allow us to make a difference in the lives of Canadians. The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As elected officials, we can make a difference in our work every day for Quebecers and Canadians. Of course, we'll see when we vote what we'll do. And I think the fact that when we vote against some measures, it sends a signal that the government needs to do better. And we can accept a measure that could be good, but at the same time, we try to affect as many people as possible. Sometimes there are interesting measures. I don't think this measure will really solve things. I think there's good faith, but I don't think it will really solve the issue. Thank you.
For a short report for Saskatchewan.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Obviously, the price of groceries is very high because of these Liberal policies. Prices are higher here than they are in other countries. And in our opinion, the industrial carbon tax is weighing heavily on grocery prices. I would like to know what my colleague thinks of this. What does she think of this tax? Does the Bloc support our position that we need to eliminate it? The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord-Kawishkamek Metasinan. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would perhaps turn the question on my colleague. Yes, prices are high, and for me what's important is to find a solution. But if we're building a pipeline and increasing oil consumption, this would mean that it would add tax on carbon, and I think what would be interesting would to perhaps reduce this production and consumption so we don't have to pay this tax. Thank you. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and for her excellent work. She has mentioned many important points, but I'd like to go back to a few of them. Of course, we needed this measure for GST rebate, we agree, but I think we need more structural measures in the various ridings, and I'd like to give her an opportunity to talk more about what the Liberals are dropping in terms of true EI reform. The Liberals don't really want a true reform that could help people. And this would be a much more structural measure even than the GST measure, reforming EI, also the temporary foreign worker program. This is really essential so we can help companies in the regions. I would ask her to talk about these measures. The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And I also like to thank Action Chômage Côte-Nord that does great work to make elected officials aware of the modernization that is needed for EI. My colleague, who is no longer a member, tabled a bill in 2024 for EI reform. And this is block bill, but if the government wants to take it over and modify it, we are ready to work on it. And Madam Speaker, this is an excellent example of how measures may not meet the needs of people in the seasonal industry. A check every 3 months of just a small amount, even though you weren't able to work all year long and you don't have access to EI. Well, if I had a choice to make, I would like to make sure I'd be able to feed my family all year long. So thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Alfred Pellon. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Madawaska-Restigouche. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to support Bill C-19, an important measure that aims to provide tangible assistance to Canadians in coping with the cost of living, particularly the cost of groceries and essential goods. This bill will amend the Income Tax Act to increase the maximum annual amount of the goods and services tax credit by 50% for the 2025-2026 benefit year. It also provides for an additional 25% increase in these amounts starting in 2026-2027 benefit year for a period of 5 years. The need for this new Canada Grocery and Essentials benefit is simple and clear. It will help more than 12 million Canadians afford everyday essentials, and it will start in the spring of 2026. We know that lower-income Canadians are struggling significantly to absorb the rising cost of food and other essential expenses. Prices remain too high, and this reality is evident in all of our communities. The cost of living is a major concern for Canadians, and it's equally important for our government. Affordability is a central priority of our work, and we are constantly seeking concrete solutions to address the challenges facing households. The increase in the GST credit and the creation of this new benefit are further examples of our commitment to focus on what we can control in an uncertain world, taking direct action to put more money in the pockets of Canadians and to make life more affordable. This benefit, which builds on the existing GST credit, would provide an additional $11.7 billion in assistance over 6 years. Our goal is to make a one-time supplement payment as soon as possible in the spring of 2026. This one-time payment alone would provide $3.1 billion in additional assistance to individuals and families who already received the GST credit. Starting in July of 2026, the 25% increase in the Canada Grocery and Essentials benefit for 5 years would represent an additional $8.6 billion in assistance between 2026 and 2031. In total, Madam Speaker, these measures would provide up to $402 in additional support to a single person without children, or $527 to a couple without children, and $805 to a couple with 2 children. These amounts are intended to directly offset the increase in the cost of groceries, which has exceeded the overall inflation rate since the pandemic. To illustrate the concrete impact of this measure, a senior living alone with a net income of $25,000 would receive a one-time supplement of $267 plus a bonus of $136 for the 2026-2027 benefit year.
A total increase of $402. In total, this person would receive $950 for the 2026-27 benefit year. Similarly, a couple with 2 children and a net income of $40,000 would receive a one-time supplement of $533 plus a bonus of $272 for a total increase of $805. In total, this family would receive $1,890 for the 2026-27 benefit year. After the one-time supplement is paid in the spring of 2026, eligible families and individuals will continue to receive regular enhanced payments starting in July 2026. These payments will be made at the beginning of each quarter to allow quick access to the funds needed to cover daily expenses. These amounts will be added to existing benefits, such as the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Disability Benefit, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement. It is important to note that recipients will not have to apply to receive these additional payments. However, they will need to have filed their 2024 tax return to receive the one-time supplement, and their 2025 tax return to receive the enhanced payment starting in July 2026. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, rather, in my riding of Alfred Pellan, this measure will have a very real impact. Alfred Pellan is a riding made up of many families, workers, newcomers, and seniors living alone. These are hardworking people who contribute to the vitality of our community and who tell us very clearly that the cost of groceries is putting increasing pressure on their budgets. For these households, a few hundred extra dollars can make a real and immediate difference. I would also like to mention the other important measures announced by the Prime Minister in conjunction with the Canada Grocery and Essentials Benefit. These measures are part of a comprehensive approach to combat food insecurity, support producers, and strengthen supply chains. They include setting aside $500 million in the Strategic Response Fund to help businesses cope with the costs of supply chain disruptions without passing them on to consumers. They also include the creation of a $150 million food security fund to support small and medium-sized businesses and the organizations that support them, as well as a $20 million investment in the local food infrastructure fund to alleviate immediate pressures on food banks. In addition, there are measures to reduce food production costs, including accelerated depreciation for greenhouse buildings and the development of a national food security strategy to address the root causes of food insecurity by strengthening domestic production and access to affordable and nutritious food. Madam Speaker, the cost of groceries and essential items remains too high. Too many Canadians still struggle to put food on the table. Affordability pressures, particularly those related to food, require an immediate response. That is why our government is taking action with concrete and responsible solutions to make life more affordable. The new Canada grocery and essentials benefit will make a real difference for millions of Canadians. An estimated 12.6 million individuals and families will benefit from this benefit. Providing material support where it is most needed. I therefore urge all members to support Bill C-19 in order to deliver real relief to Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Des commentaires, questions and comments. Honorable député de
The honourable member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech. I think he knows that the Bloc Québécois support for Bill C-19 well, I think we have stated very clearly that we will support Bill C-19. But there is a question that remains on my mind. We get a lot of calls in our riding offices. We get a lot of calls where people are asking for help in order to be able to pay their bills every month. And I'm wondering if my colleague would not have thought that perhaps this would have been a better structured measure if it had been monthly rather than quarterly. We know that many people have to use their credit cards in order to pay their bills. If the GST credit were monthly, it might actually be better for people who live at home and who have real issues making ends meet. Does my colleague not agree that it would be better? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for her question. This bill comes in addition to dental care, to $10 a day daycare, to the National School Food Program and middle-class tax cuts. It's not an isolated measure. It's a coherent plan to improve financial accessibility. That's the important thing. It's not about when the amount arrives. What matters is that the amount will be transferred, whether it be quarterly or monthly. The important thing is that the Government of Canada is taking action for these important needs. Thank you. The honourable member from Madawaska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, a lot of comments have been made about this essentials benefit as being the government's only measure, and I wanted to hear some more insight as to what the long-term measures also in this bill consist of.
The honourable member for Alfred Penna.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, pour votre question.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for her question. Yes, this assistance comes in addition to a number of other measures to help people. This is not something that will be, for example, specifically for food. It can also help for rent or other expenses. It will help to pay bills in all vulnerable families. And in fact, it will help 12 million Canadians. So what's important here is that we can help 12 million Canadians, and the important thing is that they can decide how they want to spend their money.
La Présidente.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Madawaska-Restigouche.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. I'd like to ask my colleague. The announcement we made today with C-19, how is that part of a broader strategy to do something about the cost of living, to help Canadians, and as well as to strengthen food security? We know this is not just one measure. We know that it's part of a suite of measures to help Canadians. I'd like to hear from him on that. The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Well, we know that Bill C-19 is not ideological, it is pragmatic. It is putting money in Canadians' pockets when they need it most. It will do that quickly and effectively. This is not about scoring points. This is simply about who is going to deliver results for Canadian families. We are taking action rather than forcing Canadians to suffer the results of the economic situation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we see, when we're talking about food costs, we have to look at the corporate profits. I know big grocery stores are making big profits, but where I live in coastal British Columbia, when it comes to fish, right now independent fish harvesters are, a lot of the quota is licensing is held by a handful of fishers. We call them slipper skippers or armchair fishers, Madam Speaker, because they hold the licenses and then they lease it out to fishers, and then those fishers actually don't make very much money, but they also, the consumer ends up paying more money. Does my colleague agree that that model needs to be changed and that anybody out fishing quota that holds that should be making the profit, and that would lower prices for consumers at the end of the day? Thank you.
Very brief answer from the honourable member for Alfred Pélan.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hundreds of thousands of Quebecers, including many seniors, will directly benefit from this measure. Seniors living alone in my riding will receive up to $950 for the 2026-27 fiscal year. To refuse to offer that assistance for ideological reasons would be hard to explain to Quebecers and Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet. The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, we are debating an important bill to create the Canada Grocery and Essentials benefit. This is based on the existing GST rebate, and it will give Canadians who need it more money in their pockets. So people with a low to medium income will see an increase in the amount of money they receive. Why are we doing this? Because we know that currently there is a need to help people. When I am walking around in my riding, people are telling me that this is a priority issue. As a government, we need to be there to listen and to meet people's needs. And that is why our goal here is to offer immediate assistance to people who need help. And it's part of a suite of measures we've put into place in this budget and over the last 10 years to help people face the cost of living. But, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to say that if we really want to have a long-term impact, we need to address the root causes of the fact that grocery costs are so high today. I'm very pleased that the government has announced its intention of creating a food security strategy. The goal is to increase the food production levels in our country, to increase the amount of food on our plates that comes from Canada. So I'd love to see, for example, chicken, potatoes, and produce from my riding. In order to make that happen, we need to create incentives to help our agri-foods companies. And why is this important? Why should we depend on imports less? Well, when we look at the causes of food inflation, we see that there are a number of international factors. For example, look at the various supply chain shocks that have happened in the world. Yes, because of the pandemic and its consequences, but also the many global conflicts we have now, as well as the tariff situation, which has a real impact on supply chains and costs. And when you export a lot of your production, for example, we end up importing rather a lot of our fruits and vegetables. When there are fluctuations in various currencies, it has an impact on grocery costs. So if we really want to look into the costs of food, we need to consider the ways to help our Canadian companies increase their production. We have put aside $500 million in our Strategic Response Fund to help businesses in the agri-food sector that are facing tariff shocks. We want to help them to ensure that the financial impacts of these tariffs will not ultimately affect consumers at the grocery store. We have also reserved $150 million in our regional fund to respond to the tariff situation to help the agricultural sector. And we are also going to review packaging standards in order to help consumers make more enlightened or more informed, rather, choices at the grocery store and help them understand what they'll be paying once they get to the checkout. We're also going to look into competition. We're going to make sure that the Competition Bureau can better monitor activities in the agri-food sector, because when there's more competition and a healthier competition situation, that helps consumers. It tends to decrease prices. We are going to create various incentives in order to have more greenhouses in Canada. We know, of course, that it's currently winter and we can't produce as much in the way of fruits and vegetables, so we're going to increase the number of greenhouses so that we can produce more food all year round. We are going to help greenhouses that have been bought after November 2025 and that are brought into force before 2030, or that are running before 2030. And that is how we are going to create a comprehensive food security strategy in order to address the situation. This is very important for both Canadians and for our government as we respond to the increase in prices. If we want to strengthen people's purchasing power over the long term, we also need to strengthen our economy. Last spring, we were elected with a mandate to make the Canadian economy stronger and more resilient, and we started working on day one. We eliminated barriers to interprovincial trade on the federal side. The Prime Minister visited many locations in the world to create new trade partnerships with different countries and to attract foreign investment here in Canada. With Budget 2025, we also created various investment incentives. For example, for entrepreneurs who want to increase their productivity, they will be able to have more deductions on their tax return. We also have innovation measures in Budget 2025. For example, we are offering more incentives for business R&D. These are concrete measures that will enable our businesses to become more productive. And thus, our economy will be stronger. We are also strengthening our Buy Canadian policy. We know that we have a great deal of purchasing power, and we need to strengthen that purchasing power in order to benefit our businesses. And we are going to support that with our infrastructure spending. We have announced a number of historic infrastructure and housing measures in Budget 2025. We will be putting forward our steel and lumber, our Canadian steel and lumber. And speaking of softwood lumber, that's very important in Madawaska-Restigouche. It's very important for our local economy, and we must be there for this sector during this difficult period, which is why we've created a strategic fund in order to help businesses in the softwood lumber sector as they face the current tariff crisis. Now, why am I mentioning this today? Why am I speaking about strengthening our economy? Well, it's because that stronger economy will benefit everyone. And once we have a stronger economy, we will be able to offer Canadians better job and career opportunities. They will have higher wages and will be able to have more purchasing power. Therefore, that is why we're working so hard to strengthen our economy. It's in order to help all Canadians so that in the medium and long term, they will have more purchasing power. Madam Speaker, we have been speaking about the groceries and the grocery and essential benefit today. And that is a wage-based measure. I would like to mention an initiative in Budget 2025 that will ensure that the money that we will be transferring actually gets to the most vulnerable Canadians, because currently there's a problem. Millions of low-income Canadians are not creating a tax return. They're not filing their taxes because they don't have the resources and support they need, or perhaps they mistakenly believe that they don't need to file a tax return because of their low income. And that means that many Canadians end up not receiving the benefits that they have a right to. For example, this new grocery and essentials benefit.
That also applies to the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Workers Benefit, and all other means-tested federal benefits. We will also make automatic payment of federal benefits as of the 2026 tax year. It will be fully implemented by 2028. We believe that it will help 5.5 million Canadians, most of whom are living on a very low income, and for whom these benefits will make a huge difference. They will also be able to confirm the information on a pre-filled out tax filing. And if those who are eligible wish to file their own tax returns, they will, of course, be able to do so. But making federal benefit payments automatic is a targeted measure which aims to help those who don't file taxes so that they can receive benefits and live better. The measures in C-19 are part of a suite of government measures to help Canadians with the increased cost of living. For instance, the National School Food Program, which we are making permanent in the 2025 budget. There's also affordable childcare. There's the Canada Dental Care Plan, and all kinds of other social measures we have implemented over the past year. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, I greatly appreciated the colleague's speech. It's a pleasure to listen to him. He speaks very well, and he has learned the ropes very quickly. He is a hard-working, thorough member of Parliament who does his research and knows his files. He said that budget measures have been implemented to help people, or have been announced. But here's what I'm wondering, Madam Speaker. Why is this budget measure being announced in standalone legislation 3 months after the budget was tabled? C-15 is the Budget Implementation Act, but why didn't his government include this measure in its budget 3 months ago? The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the colleague for her question. Affordability and cost of living are major issues for Canadians. We want to help Canadians meet their needs. Through Budget 2025, we implemented many measures for cost of living, like the tax rate lowering, infrastructure investments, especially in affordable housing, a whole suite of measures which directly address the cost of living, which are in Budget 2025. And I very much hope that that will come back to the House of Commons so that we can pass it at third reading. We have noticed that people need immediate relief. That's why Budget 2025 contains many measures to help Canadians in the long term, but also we wanted to implement immediate relief for Canadians. And this measure is yet another measure to help Canadians right now.
Madam Speaker, once again, we have seen this before, that the Liberal government is trying to address a structural problem by providing short-term relief measures. And as we have seen in the past, when these kind of measures are being temporary and short-lived, it's not going to help the cost of living. While these programs are being offered, the cost of living is still rising. So I want to challenge the government to provide one example that this kind of measures created long-term, sustainable, measurable reduction in grocery prices. I also want to ask that if this has not worked before, why would the government this time believe that it will work?
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to remind the member that his party supports C-19 based on what I've heard, so I think this measure is well received and will receive the unanimous support of the House. The colleague mentioned structural problems. What is a structural problem is the Conservatives' lack of will in helping Canadians, because every time we have measures to help Canadians, to help with cost of living, for example, the National School Food Program, they're against it. Their leader has been against it for years. He says that the National School Food Program will feed the bureaucracy and not feed children. Well, I encourage opposition members to visit schools and see the difference it makes, because now over 400,000 children have access to healthy meals in the morning. We're also increasing affordable childcare. The leader of the official opposition's speech in 2005 opposed public funding of childcare. So when it comes to structural problems, the Conservatives are the structural problem. The problem is that they don't want to help Canadians who need it when they need it. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Day after day, the opposition tells us that we are not doing enough for affordability. Well, that's rather ironic. The Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois constantly vote against measures that we seek to implement to make life more affordable for Canadians, like lowering taxes for 22 million Canadians, like the National School Food Program. Another example, investing in affordable housing. Another example, making federal payments automatic, and support for first-time homebuyers. All of those measures I just listed are part of the Budget Implementation Act, but opposition members are trying to block all these measures in committee through procedural moves. So can my colleague tell me what impact those committee shenanigans have on people in his riding? How does it impact his constituents that we can't pass the budget or pass these affordability measures? The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche, quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. All those who care about Canadians should do everything they can to pass this budget. This budget meets infrastructure needs. It will help with the cost of living. It will address housing issues and lack of housing availability. We're at a transformational moment. We want to transform the Canadian economy to make it more resilient. We want to increase Canadians' buying powers. We are dealing with a tariff war that we did not ask for, but Budget 2025 contains measures to help us weather it out. I can't believe parliamentarians are engaging in obstruction. They should not be blocking this legislation. They should pass it as soon as possible to help Canadians with the cost of living and with affordability. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resume debate.
If you seek it. Is there one? Oh, you wanted?
I said, resume debate, yes. The Honourable Secretary of State. Okay. Pursuant to order made on Monday, February 2nd, 2026, Bill C-19, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, is deemed read a third time and passed on division. Orders of today.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Okay. The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:08 so we can start private members' business.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Will all those opposed to the motion please say nay? Carried.
Orders of the day.
Private members' business, beginning consideration at second reading of Bill S-233, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assault against persons who provide health services and first responders, standing in the name of Mr. Doherty.
Comme il est 18 heures.
It being 6:08, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Seconded by Mr. Falk. Provencher moves that Bill S-233, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assault against persons who provide health services and first responders, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before we get going, I know that if you will indulge me, my granddaughter is at home watching as we speak. So through you, Madam Speaker, I'd love to say hello and to my granddaughter Ren and tell her that I love her and I'll see her soon. So I know she's watching. At 5 years old, she's already watching CPAC. Well, there you go. Yeah. Madam Speaker, that's about the fun of this the speech because I stand before you frustrated. I'm frustrated that we're here once again talking about an issue that is nonpartisan. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of brave men and women who protect and serve our communities each and every day.
Here, here.
They run into burning buildings. They run towards gunfire. They heal our broken bones. And they hold our hands as we take our final breath. They are our silent sentinels. Nurses, healthcare workers, firefighters, paramedics, EMT, correctional officers. These are the Canadians that hold our country together. When we dial 911, they pick up. They respond. No questions asked. And yet for at least a decade that I've been here on the Hill, they've been asking for a single thing, is that we protect them just as they protect us. They put their safety and their comfort and their lives on the line each and every day when they go to work, and they do so knowing and expecting that they're going to rising incidents of violence, assault, and harassment. This isn't part of their job description, and it is unacceptable. Nowhere in their job description does it say that you should be signing on to a life of violence, abuse, and harassment. Madam Speaker, if you can sense the frustration and the emotion in my voice, it's because I've sat with nurses. I've sat with paramedics that have had their lives threatened. I've sat with the families of first responders that have been killed on the jobs. And all they're asking is for a simple thing, is that we stand with them. Now, if some of the speech sounds familiar, it's because we've all been here before. My bill C-321 passed at all stages in last Parliament. We studied it again, because Bill C-321 was born out of the study from the 42nd Parliament first session, Violence Facing Healthcare Workers in Canada, Madam Speaker, where all parliamentarians came together and said with recommendations that this C-321 in the previous Parliament and now S-233 should be passed, that we should be doing something and standing up for those who stand for us. You know, I get frustrated. You know, the message that I got originally asking me to please refer to this document and put forth a piece of legislation hangs heavy on my shoulders. It was a message from a paramedic that responded to a call within a residence. And the family of the victim proceeded to throw this paramedic down a set of stairs, then proceeded to break the ankles and beat this paramedic to the point where she gave up. If this sounds shocking to you, it's but one of, if not hundreds, thousands of messages and stories that I've heard over the last 5 years of pushing for this bill. You know, like we got our nurses that are doing programs or campaigns that are called Code Black and Blue. Nurses launched campaign against violence in the workplace. That's last fall. The Canadian Federal Nurses Union saying that we cannot stand for this any longer. The International Association of Firefighters in their lobby days for the last decade, their number one ask is do something against the rising acts of violence against them. And last Parliament, this bill passed at all stages, but what happened? Parliament was prorogued. So it fell off the order paper. This could be law today. When passed, S233 or 321 would act as a strong deterrent, a powerful deterrent to those who seek to commit violence against our frontline heroes. It will signal to first responders and healthcare workers that their parliament values them, that we as leaders in our country value them, that we're looking out for them, and that the justice system will protect them. Now, as it stands, a high percentage of those incidents go unreported because they know that they won't be followed through on. What does S233 do? Well, it amends the criminal code. Assaults against persons who provide health services and first responders. It amends the criminal code to make an offense against a healthcare professional or a first responder an aggravating factor upon sentencing. Madam Speaker, there's always a time for partisanship in this House. Always. But over my tenure, I've proven, I think, that when it comes to mental health, when it comes to standing up for those who stand up for us, who protect us, that I will work collegially across party lines to get something done. And I did that with 321. The NEP brought forth amendments. Bloc brought forth amendments, and so did the Liberals. And we agreed to them, which is why C-321 passed. When we got back after the last election, Senator Housakos in the other House and his Liberal colleagues, Liberal senators, or the independent senators, whatever, the former Prime Minister Trudeau appointed senators, they got together. And out of the ashes, they rose and supported this bill, S233, because they know how important it is that we as a House send this message, that we as a House stand with those who put their lives on the line every day. But I have to tell you, I had hope when it passed unanimously last fall that we would be able to do something swiftly here in this House. I had hope, because I believed in all of us, in the power of the 343 members of Parliament that were here. I believed when the Liberals said that they wanted to work together to get things done for Canadians. But every step of the way for the last 3 months, 4 months, I've been disappointed. Matter of fact, I've had somebody on the other side in leadership tell me, yes, they're just going to have to wait. My friend, Paul Hills, a paramedic from Saskatoon, dedicated the last decade to try and get something like this passed. I cannot tell you how heartbroken and disappointed he was when he worked across party lines to try and get something done, and then was told that it was not going to get done. We could have passed S233 in the waning days just before the Christmas break, and it would be law today. That nurses, firefighters, paramedics, those who put their uniforms on every day in protection of you and I would have that protection, would know that we stand with them. But no. Once again, partisan politics take place. I have begged and I've pleaded. If any of you in this House have watched before question period, I'm almost down on both knees talking with the House leader from the government House leader, pleading with them. I get that there's precedents and what have you, but this bill, this has been agreed upon, has been studied. 6 years we're going on, 10 years they've been asking for it. When we talk about violence against our first responders and healthcare professionals, we're talking about real people in real communities. Your families, my family. My youngest daughter is a psychiatric nurse. I get choked up talking about it. Because the stories I hear. And there's no protection. None. They go to work every day simply trying to help others. Yet they're increasingly being met with fists, knives, threats, and abuse in return. Last fall, a nurse in British Columbia punched and kicked, knocked unconscious, simply trying to take somebody's blood pressure. In Ontario here, that nurse said was attacked with a knife and a machete. Across Canada, these incidents of violence against frontline workers have surged. Nurses report being punched, kicked, spat on, threatened. Paramedics are assaulted while they're trying to save lives. Firefighters are attacked at emergency scenes. Correctional officers face daily threats in institutions already stretched beyond capacity. I don't want to even get into the nightmare that they work in because it's staggering. I would never want to do that. I think I can handle myself, but I would never want to work in that situation. In many hospitals across countries, nurses will tell you that violence is now considered part of the job. That is shameful. That's right. Could you imagine if we had to deal with that each and every day? Would you come to work if you knew that you were going to get punched or spat on or kicked on? Or your lives threatened? In emergency departments, staff are trained not only in trauma care, but in how to de-escalate physical threats. Paramedics now routinely wait for police backup before responding to calls that once would be considered routine. Firefighters cannot not respond to dangerous situations. Regardless of what's presented before them, they have to respond. And yet there's nothing backing them up. Nothing that's protecting them in the eye of the law if they are beat up, kicked, punched, what have you. They're told very often that it's part of the job and just move on. This is not normal. And it shouldn't be accepted as normal. Yet we have these games that are going on in this house. And I think if I can leave this house with any questions or requests, is to please work with your party, with your side. I don't care if it's got my name on it. I don't care if it's got a conservative name on it. I really don't. It's for us to stand together and pass this bill. No Canadian should go to work wondering whether they'll come home safely at the end of their shift. No nurse should have to fear being attacked while caring for a patient. No paramedic should be assaulted while providing life-saving treatment. No firefighter should be threatened while responding to an emergency. No correctional officer should be injured simply for doing their job, and yet that is exactly what's happening each and every day. That's why Bill S-233 is so important and it matters. This legislation, if passed, sends a clear and unambiguous message that when you assault a person who's providing health care or emergency services, that offense will be treated with the seriousness it deserves. You know, Madam Speaker, with the last little bit that I have with this bill, I'll remind this House why we're here. Our nurses, our paramedics, our firefighters, our first responders, they lay it on the line every day for us. They get up every morning knowing that they're going to experience life-changing events. But no one is there to stand up for them. And I urge you all to please see it upon yourselves to get S-233 passed at all stages. We can work together on this. Lives depend on it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Secretary of State.
Madam Speaker, we've always supported this member's cause when it comes to this bill, and I think it is a noble cause what he wishes to, what he is proposing. But I would also like to state that in 2021, it was a Liberal government in C3 that passed aggravating factors when it comes to healthcare workers. So when an offence is committed against someone because they are providing health services, including personal care services, that is already seen as an aggravating factor in our criminal code. I too met with nurses on the Hill yesterday, and this violence against healthcare workers does continue, and it is very concerning, and it is something that I'd like to solve. But I think there is a piece of the puzzle there, because the crime in the code exists, but police are not charging. They think it's a waste of court time. They don't think it's going to lead anywhere. So I would say that there is a provincial element and responsibility in the administration of justice as well, and a policing law enforcement responsibility to enforce the law and to lay charges, and for courts not to dismiss these cases. And I'm wondering if the member would also agree that in order to really truly protect our healthcare workers, we have to all work together at the federal and provincial level to really make sure, even after passage of his bill, that it's actually going to get applied, because what we're seeing right now, it's absolutely not.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
I appreciate the response from our colleague across the way. As a matter of fact, we worked with the Minister of Public Safety and Justice at that time, and C3, and in their own words, that C321 was complementary to C3 because C3 did not go far enough. And between the two of them, it covered exactly what we need to do. This is a standalone. It's not a single line. It is a standalone paragraph when it comes to assaults. C3 did not go far enough, and C321 took it to the next level, which is why we took amendments from the Liberals, we took amendments from the NDP, and we took amendments from the Bloc to get C321 passed. And at that time, we had the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Public Safety and Security, all in support of C321.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for bringing forth this bill, because we know that people who work in health care services and first responders do essential work, and we see in the media that they're often facing violence. There are many family members of mine who are paramedics. They've talked to me about this issue. I also have my friend Louis Olivier, who came earlier to the Hill this month, who talked about, he tried to raise awareness around this issue. So it's important to adopt this bill. Why is it urgent to do so? I know my colleague mentioned it in his speech, but I'd like to hear more details about why we need to adopt this now, without any further ado.
For Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our honourable colleague. Why do we need to do this? Because each and every day, nurses, doctors, paramedics, firefighters, they put their uniforms on, they go to work each and every day. And trust me when I say this, there will be lives lost. Somebody will lose their life. It will be a nurse, it could be a nurse, it could be a paramedic in the back of an ambulance, but somebody will lose a life. The challenges that we have right now are that there isn't enough meat in the criminal code to be able to charge and ensure that the person that the attacker gets charged at the highest level, and that the full weight of the law is behind the nurses or behind those who are the victims. With C321 or now S233, there is a specific part of the criminal code where it deals with assaults. It doesn't talk about 25 duties and functions. It is specific to healthcare workers and first responders in the time over the course of doing their job. And it's an aggravating circumstance against persons who provide health services and first responders. It needs to be passed now. Every day that we delay is another life of a paramedic or a first responder or a nurse in jeopardy. So we need to be able to put that teeth behind them and be able to stand with them. Thank you.
Please do débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to pick up on that last point that the member just put on the record, every day in terms of a delay. I remember back in December and in November, literally pleading with the Conservative Party to allow the passage of Bill C-14, Bill C-14 goes even further than, yes it does, goes further than what 233 does. And I suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that collectively the House would have done all of Canadians, because it was all a part of the bail reform legislation. All of Canada could have benefited by the passage of that legislation. I don't know how many times I stood in my place and I challenged the Conservatives to allow that legislation to pass. Weeks and weeks in advance, I challenged the Conservatives, saying, look, we can give a gift to Canadians by having this bill passed before the end of the year. The issue that the member raises, I take very seriously. You know, during the years as being an MLA, I was the health care critic and I was the justice critic. I understand the pressures that are put on paramedics, the pressures that are put on our law enforcement officers. I can tell you that every member of the Liberal caucus appreciates and understands for the need of legislation that will add that additional protection. Every Liberal member of the House. I like to believe that all members of Parliament would be sympathetic to it, and that's why we put it, and this Prime Minister incorporated it into Bill C-14. And if you don't want to, and if you want to understand why Bill C-14 didn't pass, the Conservative caucus needs to look in the mirror and take responsibility for that. And that is the truth. And we all know that. When I look at the crime package that the Prime Minister and this cabinet and government has brought forward to the House of Commons, it incorporates everything from protecting healthcare, first responders, and delivering in a very real way from that to issues such as serious bail reform, to reinstating maximum or minimum sentences, reinstating literally a dozen and more. Not to mention dealing with issues such as fentanyl. It's not, yeah, you're right. There's so much that is there that is of substance. And the reason why it did not go through is because the leader of the Conservative Party's political agenda is more conservative based. I respect the fact that the member stands forward and he says, well, you know what, we shouldn't make this political. And I am frustrated. I'm frustrated as a member of Parliament because I saw the opportunities, and much like he said he pleaded, I pleaded with the Conservative Party to get the legislation passed on behalf of the government. I stood here and I said, we'll sit till midnight for the last 2 weeks of the session in order to deal with substantial legislation, including Bill C-14, which would have delivered for our first responders. But the Conservative Party refused to sit till midnight. They complained about not being able to debate legislation, but when they were provided the opportunity, they didn't allow the debate. So don't try to convey a message where the government doesn't understand the issue. We understand the issue, and that's why we are so passionate about seeing the legislation get advanced, Madam Speaker. If you take a look at the first responders and the responsibilities that they have and the abuse that they have taken, it gives the justification. And that is the reason why the current Prime Minister made it as a priority issue and incorporated it into Bill C-14, Madam Speaker. You know, in the city of Winnipeg, it's gotten to the degree in which you have the nurses' union that actually grey list healthcare facilities, giving a warning. No, it's not in my riding, it's just south of my riding. But grey listing hospital facilities because it's not safe. And what that does is it amplifies what the Minister for Combating Crime mentioned in her question. It's not just Ottawa passing laws. This is something in which the province needs to step up, and municipalities, the individuals responsible for law enforcement. So when we talk about the desire to protect our first responders, it's important that all of the different stakeholders appreciate and understand that it is different levels of government coming to the table. And I like to believe that Ottawa is doing that. And tonight we're seeing both the official opposition and the government in a very passionate way express why it is that we support our first responders. So I'm encouraged to see that sort of support coming from the official opposition. And we're not too late, Madam Speaker. We can actually, like this is second reading of this particular private member's bill. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, there is an opportunity for us to have legislation that will take care of this issue before the end of February. Ultimately, I argued 3 months ago or 2 months ago that it could have been done at the end of December. There's no reason why we couldn't do it before the end of this month. All we need is cooperation from the Conservative Party to stop the filibuster on C-14. And remember, when we talk about C-14, Madam Speaker, law enforcement officers, every provincial government, territory, political parties of all, in all areas have been, I'm not too sure about the Greens, qualify that, Madam Speaker, but the major political parties, they are behind Bill C-14. I don't know where the opposition for it is coming from, outside of the official opposition here on the floor of the House. And that's why, we hear the frustration that comes from the government House Leader or other members when they talk about how it is that we have this substantial legislation before us and it continues to be filibustered. And I'll tell you, if the member that spoke eloquently and passionately and emotionally about the first responders and calling on the government to take some action, I would hope that we would see that same passion in the Conservative caucus when they talk about the government agenda in dealing with some of the crime legislation that's there, in particular, Bill C-14. But all the bill, whether it's the C-2, C-9 is the hate legislation, C-14, C-16. C-16, we just debated it. It's actually, I would suggest you, puts us in a world class in terms of it recognizes femicide by boosting it to first degree. It reinstates, literally reinstates, many mandatory minimums. These are ideas, whether it's what we're talking about tonight or the bail reform or what C-16 does, that Canadians as a whole support. Canadians in Conservative ridings support these initiatives, Madam Speaker. So my appeal to members opposite is, yes, let's recognize what it is the introducer of this particular bill has talked about, but do the comparison between 233 and C-14, and you will find, Madam Speaker, that C-14 even goes further than this particular bill, dealing and supporting first responders. Not to mention many other aspects of the criminal code, Madam Speaker, that bail reform. So we do have an opportunity, a very real and tangible opportunity. But we need to see more cooperation and less filibustering. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-Soulanges. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure to speak this evening on Bill S-233. But before moving forward with my speech, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I'm wearing a tartan that is registered in Scotland, that was made by someone in my riding who are part of this guild that offered me this tartan for the 150th anniversary of our city, and I told them that when I would receive it, I would honor their work of art and I would share it with all of my colleagues at the House of Commons. So this has been done. Thank you, Joanne and Pierrette. You are really exceptional. You do wonderful work, and I am so pleased to show it to everyone here in this house.
Merci, merci, Madame la Présidente. Alors,
Now, thank you, Madam Speaker. We already debated this bill previously in this House under a different number because this bill went through all of the legislative stages, but unfortunately, it died on the order paper because of prorogation. So we already know that this was a bill that there was a consensus about in this House and in the other place. I was listening to the member for Winnipeg North, and in his speech, it sounded like this bill S-233 was almost like it was a hostage taking to try to put pressure on the Conservatives, and that's unfortunate. Because private members' business, well, it's a privilege to have had the luck to be chosen in a lottery, and so for it to be treated in that way, as a kind of pawn for negotiations, I think that's unfortunate. We in the Bloc Québécois had given our agreement to ensure that Bill S-233 could be adopted more quickly. And so it's unfortunate that on this Liberal side, that has not been allowed. So all of this started because of a recommendation in a health committee report. According to this recommendation, we should amend the criminal code in order that when sentencing, that if the victim is a health service provider, that should be considered an aggravating factor. So it's a small change to the criminal code, but very important when you consider who it would affect. As we speak, there are a series of guidelines for judges about assault and battery and similar types of offenses. But there's nothing in particular to refer to situations where someone attacks people who provide health services and first responders, and that would create an aggravating circumstance specifically. And so this bill would specifically address that question. Madam Speaker, I was listening to the member for Winnipeg North. I was listening to him speak about the fact that this is an area of shared jurisdiction. And indeed, the federal government could do more and transfer more money in the healthcare transfers to the provinces in order to do something about the increase in violence towards our healthcare workers and first responders. Because in addition to amending the criminal code, as a former healthcare worker or social worker myself and manager in the healthcare center, in the healthcare sector, I worked for the Montérégie West Healthcare Center. I have seen some very serious situations in my time. And I think it's very important to describe some of these situations so that we understand the importance of not only this bill, but also preventing violence against first responders and healthcare workers. I was reelected 6 years ago, and prior to that, I was a manager at shelters for seniors. Now, currently, our seniors are living at home longer, and frequently they have dementia, and especially if they have frontal lobe dementia, this may lead to them being aggressive towards healthcare workers. And in some cases, we actually needed guards who came from the company Gardos in order to actually protect the healthcare workers from the attacks and violence. Now, that violence was caused by their disease, of course. It wasn't premeditated, but because of their disease, they were acting violent. And when we find ourselves using public healthcare money to pay for security personnel to avoid having people hit, kick, push, bite, and otherwise harm healthcare workers, well, this really affects the security of personnel, and often for managers in the sector, it's very hard because they have to do more with less. And in some cases, they can't afford to hire those security workers for as long as they need to. So the member for Winnipeg North said, yes, this is shared jurisdiction, but yes, but actually the real responsibility should be up to the person who has more money than they need and is interfering with Quebec's jurisdiction and yet is not giving the money to the province and not allowing the provinces in Quebec to have the means to take care of their healthcare workers and first responders. Like the member for Caribou, Prince George, I have experienced all sorts of situations. Situations where now frequently police officers and firefighting crews have social services with them in order to try to de-escalate crises. When people have a mental health issue and are acting in a violent way towards healthcare workers and first responders, so we're trying to support our first-line workers, yes, but that costs money. So in this bill, we're going to add this as an aggravating factor, and that's important, but we shouldn't forget that we also need to support our healthcare professionals right from the beginning when they're initially intervening on the ground. And there's just one obvious way to do that. We need more specialized crisis workers in order, for example, to help with someone who's in a state where perhaps they're intoxicated or otherwise unwell and who decides to attack one of the first-line responders who arrive on the scene. For example, in Montreal, the police services, when they go to the scene for, say, a domestic crisis or when there's a mental health crisis, often there is a social worker or an educator who is specialized with them in order to try to de-escalate the crisis. And in order to avoid having first-line responders be attacked or injured. It's incomprehensible to me that the government doesn't feel that it needs to better support Quebec and the provinces in offering these services. Because that takes up a large portion of the budget of Quebec and the provinces. Health and social services does. And I don't know why the federal government is so obstinate in not increasing the healthcare transfers, because it really hurts healthcare professionals, first responders, and the people who need to receive care. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to thank the member for Caribou, Prince George, for his determination, and I'd like to encourage him to pursue his discussions with the government to convince them to change their minds and to allow this bill to be sped up. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Provost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a privilege to stand and speak on behalf of my constituents in this House. I want to start off by thanking the member from Caribou, Prince George, for his efforts in trying to get this bill at least back to where it was in the previous Parliament as C-321. and we want to recognize the good work that he's done so far, and that also want to recognize that it was unanimously approved by all parties at that time. What is disappointing to me is that it was very clear from the comments made by the member from Winnipeg North that the Liberals are using this piece of legislation to weaponize. They're using it as a weapon to get what they want passed as their legislation, and that's very unfortunate that it's become partisan like that. You know, a serious country protects those who serve it. The rule of law must be clear and fair, especially when violence is directed at people who show up every day to keep Canadians safe, healthy, and alive. Nurses, paramedics, and first responders do not choose their moments of risk. They accept them as part of their responsibility to the public. When the law fails to clearly recognize that reality, it sends the wrong message to offenders, to victims, and to the professionals who hold our essential services together. Bill S-233 reflects a Conservative commitment to restoring common sense, accountability, and respect for those who stand on the front lines in our communities. Bill S-233 is deliberately narrow. It deals only with assault offenses that already exist in the criminal code. It applies only at the sentencing stage after a person has been found guilty, and it applies only to clearly defined victims, people providing health services, including personal care, and first responders doing their jobs. Bill S-233 directly continues the work of Bill C-321 from the previous Parliament, as I mentioned before. It's back before us because of the prorogation of Parliament, not because Parliament rejected it, and that matters because this bill passed the House of Commons unanimously. The problem that this bill addresses exists across the country and looks the same everywhere. Violence against healthcare workers and first responders is not limited to one province, one riding, or one hospital. Nurses and paramedics report high levels of assaults in emergency rooms, long-term care facilities, community clinics, and pre-hospital settings. These are not rare events. They are predictable, recurring parts of frontline work. And what is the cause of the crisis faced by our frontline workers? It is a direct result of over a decade of Liberal policies that have weakened bail, normalized repeat violent offending, and flooded communities with hard drugs. Liberal catch and release bail policies, particularly under Bill C-75, have returned repeat violent offenders to the streets under the least onerous conditions, often within hours or days. These are frequently the same individuals that police officers, paramedics, and emergency room staff encounter again and again, not as one-time offenders, but as chronic sources of violence and instability. Through decriminalization experiments and taxpayer-funded hard drug distribution, this Liberal government have enabled an environment where first responders are routinely dispatched into volatile, unpredictable, and violent situations driven by severe addiction. First responders now carry naloxone as a daily operational necessity, administering it repeatedly to revive individuals overdosing from fentanyl, often in the same locations and involving the same people. Across Canada, nearly 50,000 people have died from opioid overdoses since 2016, and a 200% increase in yearly deaths. In British Columbia alone, 1,700 people died from toxic drugs, and just in the first 9 months of 2024. Police have reported that roughly half of all hydromorphine seizures were diverted from so-called safe supply programs. This is the environment into which nurses, paramedics, and police officers are sent. They are required by duty to enter spaces shaped by failed Liberal policies, weakened bail, normalized repeat offending, and a drug epidemic that has made frontline service more dangerous than at any point in our recent memory. Bill S-233 responds to this reality by ensuring that the law properly recognizes the heightened risk and vulnerability faced by those who must confront the consequences of these decisions on the ground. Assaults against healthcare workers and first responders while they are doing their jobs are especially serious because they occur at the very moment that help is being delivered. When a nurse approaches a patient or when a paramedic answers a call, they are there to help. They are not there to fight or defend themselves. People who serve in these roles are the ones who run toward danger while others are running away. In my early 20s, I served as a volunteer first responder, as a driver and an attendant for an ambulance, providing patient care on the way to the hospital, and training and exposure in emergency and hospitals, with training and exposure to emergency and hospital settings. And that experience made it clear to me how vulnerable first responders are on duty. In an ambulance or in an emergency scene, you cannot control the environment or walk away with when violence erupts. You stay because that's what the job requires. What has changed since that time is the level of danger. Liberal bail and drug policies have made frontline work far more volatile. Repeat violent offenders, drug-induced psychosis, and fentanyl-driven crime are now routine encounters. Bill S-233 recognizes that change and ensures that law reflects the situation today. When we see that same reality in healthcare settings, recently in Winnipeg at the St. Boniface Hospital, a nurse was assaulted in a hospital parkade. She was not in a remote location. She was not acting recklessly. She was at her place of work in the course of her employment. The response from the nurses' representatives was not surprise, but frustration. They said violence and abuse have become commonplace in hospitals and that workers are being pushed out of workplaces that cannot guarantee basic public safety. That is exactly what this bill addresses at sentencing. When someone assaults a person who is required by duty to stay in a dangerous situation, the law should recognize that increased vulnerability and the wider harm that follows from it. When the harm also does not end with the individual victim, violence in hospitals, ambulances, emergency scenes disrupts critical service from frontline workers. And that's why this bill is about protecting essential public functions. Healthcare is not a private transaction. It is a public good that every community relies on. Emergency services face the same pressure. First responders who expect violence operate under constant personal risk. If they become overcautious, they are even further at risk. Response times may be slower. In emergencies, those delays can have serious consequences. As a result, the standards of patient care plummet and Canadians are left waiting for the help they need. Over time, this does them more harm than good. People begin to question whether those who serve the public are able to provide them with the help they need. Support for Bill S-233 comes from the people who know the problem best, nurses, organizations, and have publicly backed this bill because it reflects what their members deal with every day on the job. Paramedic leaders have said the same. Paramedics often work alone or in small teams in unpredictable and uncontrolled situations under intense time pressure. They are unsafely exposed and they know it. The people doing the work have identified a real failure in how violence against them is treated and deterred. Most importantly, this bill is not about being tougher for the sake of it. It's about role-based vulnerability. Healthcare workers and first responders face danger because of the service they provide. In a crisis, they cannot walk away. Their job requires them to stay, even when the situations turn violent. Bill S-233 fully protects individualized sentencing. Every case is still judged on its own facts and merits. Judges continue to look at the details of the offense and the offender. Mitigating and aggregating factors are still weighed together. Proportionality remains the standard, and judicial discretion is not weakened. Across professions, frontline workers agree on one thing: violence has become normalized, and the legal response has fallen behind. Bill S-233 responds to that reality carefully and responsibly. At this point, there is no uncertainty left. Parliament has already studied this bill. Parliament has already agreed on it. The only question that remains is whether we are prepared to finish that work. Every delay sends a signal, not just to offenders, but it sends a signal to nurses, paramedics, firefighters, first responders who show up every day and are told in practice that their safety can wait. That is not a neutral choice. It is a decision, and it has consequences. Pausing Bill S-233 now is how Parliament affirms that violence against those who serve the public will be treated with the seriousness it deserves. Passing Bill is how Parliament will affirm that violence against those who serve the public, who serve us, will be treated with the seriousness that it deserves. It is how we restore clarity, consistency, and confidence in the law for our frontline workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to rise today to speak to Bill 233, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assault against persons who provide health services and first responders. At its core, Madam Speaker, Bill S233 seeks to strengthen protections for those who serve our communities every day by requiring sentencing courts to treat 5 assault-related offenses against healthcare workers and first responders as an aggregating factor when those offenses are committed in the course of their duties. I want to begin, Madam Speaker, by thanking my colleague in the other place for bringing this bill forward, as well as the member for Caribou Prince George, who previously introduced a similar measure in the last Parliament. Madam Speaker, their work has helped to ensure that this important issue remains squarely before us in the House of Commons. These initiatives give us an opportunity to speak about an issue that affects all Canadians, from coast to coast to coast. We are all impacted because every day Canadians depend, at some point in our lives, on the ability to call for the help of an emergency situation and know that somebody will respond. Whether it's a firefighter, a paramedic, a police officer, or a healthcare professional, these individuals are there for us in moments of crisis, vulnerability, and fear. That is why the sponsor of this bill, Madam Speaker, referred to healthcare workers and first responders as everyday heroes. I agree wholeheartedly. They show up, often at great personal risk, so that the rest of us can be safe. Madam Speaker, while speaking about this bill, I'm thinking about a number of people in my hometown of Winnipeg. That includes the Winnipeg Fire and Paramedic Chief Christian Schmidt, as well as the Winnipeg Police Service Chief Gene Bowers and members of their team. I'm very proud to say that on my beer league hockey team, Madam Speaker, the Mermen, with whom I have played for many years, there are 2 individuals that I want to give a shout out to here in the House of Commons today. A firefighter, Brad Russell, and a police officer, Jay Murray, who put their lives on the line every day to keep us safe in the city of Winnipeg. I also think of my mother, Madam Speaker, who is a healthcare professional, a family doctor for many years, but who switched over the course of the past decade to helping those fighting addiction and mental health challenges. And of course, in the course of that line of work, things can be very challenging, and they too need protection that legislation of this kind can offer. I want to emphasize that this issue should not and does not fall across partisan lines. The Minister of Justice made this clear during question period last fall when he stated his willingness to work across party lines to advance measures that protect first responders as quickly as possible. I believe that that sentiment is widely shared in this House, Madam Speaker. So ultimately, the question before us is not whether we should act, but how best to do so. As members know, Bill S233 proposes to address the issue by creating a new aggravating factor that would apply where the victim of certain assault or assault-related offenses against a healthcare worker or a first responder is engaged in the performance of their duties. The offenses captured include uttering threats, assault with a weapon or causing bodily harm, aggravated assault, and unlawfully causing bodily harm. At the same time, Madam Speaker, it's important to situate Bill S233 within the broader legislative context currently before Parliament. The government has introduced Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, which is as of today before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Bill C-14, Madam Speaker, also addresses violence against healthcare workers and first responders, but it does so through a broader and more comprehensive approach, in my view. Specifically, Bill C-14 would expand an existing aggregating factor in the criminal code, one that currently applies to offenses committed against healthcare workers and personal care workers, to explicitly include first responders. Importantly, this aggravating factor would apply to all criminal code offenses, not only to a defined subset of assault-related offenses. And this distinction matters, Madam Speaker. Under Bill C-14, courts would be required to consider as aggravating not only assaults, but also other serious forms of criminal conduct directed at frontline workers, including intimidation, criminal harassment, or other offenses that may arise in the course of their duties. In other words, Madam Speaker, while Bill S-233 focuses on specific assault-based offenses, Bill C-14 ensures that protection does not depend on the technical classification of the offense, but rather on the reality that a frontline worker was targeted while serving the public. Madam Speaker, both bills share the same objective, which is to denounce violence against healthcare workers and first responders and ensuring that sentencing reflects the seriousness of that conduct. The difference lies in scope and coherence. I will leave to the committee a more detailed examination of the legal interaction between these two bills, including questions of overlap and statutory interpretation. However, I believe it is fair to say, Madam Speaker, that Bill C-14 provides a clearer and more unified framework by embedding this protection within the general sentencing regime of the Criminal Code. Madam Speaker, beyond the legislative mechanics, we must not lose sight of why this issue demands our attention. And I think honourable colleagues who have spoken before me today have done a very good and sincere job of laying that out. Following the introduction of Bill C-14, the Minister of Justice noted that, quote, good ideas don't come from closed-door meetings, they come from conversations with people on the ground. That conversation rings especially true here, Madam Speaker. Healthcare workers and first responders have been telling us consistently and urgently that violence is becoming an increasingly common part of their working reality. This is something I hear in Winnipeg reflected back to me in conversations I have with stakeholders on an ongoing basis. In November here, Madam Speaker, the International Association of Firefighters held its Canadian Legislative Conference. Representing more than 350,000 firefighters and emergency medical workers across Canada and the United States, the IAFF has repeatedly called for stronger protections against threats and violence. According to a survey of its affiliates, 13% reported incidents of violence during responses to structure fires, and 40% reported violence during medical calls over a 5-year period. These are deeply troubling figures, Madam Speaker. Firefighters are not alone. In Ontario's Peel region, data showed that paramedics reported an incident of violence every 18 hours, a physical assault every 36, and physical harm every 9 days over a 1-year period. Here in Ottawa, a survey of paramedics revealed that every respondent has experienced violence on the job. More than 1/3 faced violence or threats monthly, and more than 1/5 weekly. These are not isolated or regional anomalies, Madam Speaker. They reflect a national problem that deserves a national response. How can we reasonably expect that these professionals will deliver urgent and often life-saving care if they must constantly fear for their own safety? The answer, Madam Speaker, of course, is that we cannot. Our justice system must send a clear and unequivocal message. Violence against those who respond to emergencies will not be tolerated. When seconds can mean the difference between life and death, our society cannot accept that those who rush toward danger are themselves targeted by criminal behavior. Denunciation matters, consistency matters, and clarity in the law matters. That is why I believe the work of the committee will be essential. It will allow parliamentarians to hear directly from frontline workers, legal experts, and stakeholders, and to ensure that Parliament adopts the most effective tools available to address this problem. In closing, Madam Speaker, I support the objective of better protecting healthcare workers and first responders. At the same time, I believe that Bill C-14 offers a broader and more comprehensive approach, one that ensures consistent protection across all criminal code offenses and clearer guidance for our courts. Taken together, these efforts demonstrate Parliament's shared commitment to protecting those who serve our communities and to ensuring that our criminal justice system responds firmly, fairly, and coherently when they are harmed. I look forward to the committee's study of this bill and to continuing this important work on behalf of the everyday heroes who protect us. And Madam Speaker, I'm just thinking about a conversation I had again with Winnipeg's fire and paramedic chief a few months ago, who showed me a video of the training exercises that Winnipeg police officers, paramedics, firefighters will go through when dealing with someone who is undergoing a meth psychosis. Unfortunately, a very common occurrence in our streets these days. And one of the things that we are seeing, Madam Speaker, is that it takes a significant number of first responders, upwards of 12, 13, 14, in order to just deal with one individual. And these are individuals, Madam Speaker, while undergoing this psychosis, are unfortunately very dangerous, unpredictable, and can even take on forms of subhuman strength, whereby they are able to pose a much greater risk and threat to those that are trying to assist them. So the essence of this legislation, Madam Speaker, is critical, and I look forward to a continued debate and the ultimate passage, I hope, of C-14. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre, à ce moment.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister promised fiscal responsibility. Instead, he delivered an $80 billion deficit. So my question is very simple. Can the government tell Canadians how much they will pay in interest on the national debt this year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the colleague for the question, who's an experienced member, and I know how much he cares about the economy and his community, and of course, he is immersed in these issues, as we all are. I would point, though, to reassure him, to the December 5th statement issued by the International Monetary Fund. The IMF, one of the most respected multilateral organizations in the world, said a great deal about Canada's current fiscal position. They said that the fundamentals are very strong, first of all. How could they not be without a AAA credit rating? With a debt and deficit that is the lowest in the G7, Mr. Speaker. If we look at inflation, what do we find? We find that the rate of inflation is well within the Bank of Canada's guideline and currently sitting at 2.4%. We've battled inflation over the years. At one point it was close to, I think, in excess actually of 8%. We brought it down significantly through a targeted approach. Granted, that was first pursued by the previous government. Now Canada's new government is embracing fiscal responsibility, making sure that we do exactly what's needed to steer the country during this very difficult time. Earlier in the House of Commons today during question period, Madam Speaker, I talked about a rupture that the Prime Minister articulated very well at Davos. We have a great deal to do, and certainly an approach that is focused on fiscal responsibility, investment, making sure that we're building up the country, focusing on infrastructure in particular, to get our goods to market and our resources in particular to market. That is what exactly will secure our future going forward.
Riding Mountain.
Madam Speaker, the member didn't answer my question. I asked how much interest on the national debt would Canadians cost this year. But now we know why the Liberals won't say it out loud. It's because Canadians will pay more than $55 billion every year just to service the debt. Unbelievable amount. That's more money spent on interest than on health care transfers. Why is the government helping bankers and bondholders instead of doctors and nurses?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's interesting. I'm tempted, Madam Speaker, to talk about the Conservative record on health care. I won't because, as I say, I think we need to embrace these issues. It's a touchy subject for them. We need to embrace these issues wherever possible with a lack of partisanship and be serious about the issues of the day. Yes, there is debt and deficit in this country, as there is in every democracy, Madam Speaker. But again, the International Monetary Fund, if it's not the IMF that they want to look to, they can look at the World Economic Forum and what was shared there by the participants about Canada's current fiscal reality and the economy going forward. We have a very good situation, and I would also invite colleagues across the way to think seriously about supporting Budget 2025. He talks about healthcare. There is an initiative in there that would allow for infrastructure dollars to go towards community efforts, like hospitals, for example. Community initiatives, excuse me. If he's interested in helping.
And we are done. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
you.